everybody. Welcome to the program. I am your host, Chris George Zuger, and you have entered the Den of Lore. Sorry if we got a little bit of delay there. Internet problems, technology is the way that it is, but still, grab yourselves a glass of scotch, pull your chairs up to the fire, and, we're going to learn some cool shit tonight. We've got quite the program on for you tonight. We're going to be watching Magical Egypt, or at least a couple episodes of it, with Randall Carlson and Duncan Trussell. And in addition to that, we also have the boys from Grimerica on. I've got Adam Loyal from Friends to Know. I also have Brendan Powell from who's a good friend of Camron, Wiltshire, who is also on the program. And we're going to be not necessarily riffing, but very much commenting on the different aspects of Magical Egypt as we watch through it, and obviously enjoy a couple of drinks as we go. I hope you enjoy the program, and again, if you do have any questions, please do pop it into the chat. I'll try and get to everyone. But most of all, if this is your first time listening, please do subscribe to the channel, check out Den of Lore, and we do have another pieces of information that we are going to be throwing out there, as well as talking about our fundraising efforts over the last couple of weeks. Now, I am going to just welcome everyone onto the show, so let me just turn her down here just a little bit. Who is all there at the moment?
Hello.
Hello, is
Parker here.
Michael Parker is on the program. Thank you very much for joining us, Michael. Darren, thank you for joining. And I also have Chance from Magical Egypt Studios, a very distinguished guest who is someone that I've actually been trying to get onto the show and thinking, I got to talk to this guy. He seems really awesome. So, and also I can see you're in Australia as well, if I'm not mistaken. So enjoy the 45-degree weather. I'm so jealous.
You wouldn't be if you were here.
Oh, I know. I've spent time in Melbourne. It's a beautiful place. And, of course, it was also minus 40 back home. So... and also, I've got Camron, Wiltshire, who is looking absolutely fantastic in his fly short-sleeve shirt.
Yep.
So, gentlemen, how is everyone doing tonight?
Very good.
Good.
Very, very good.
Okay, give me just a second here. Apparently we're getting some buffering issues on this end, so just give me just one quick moment here. I'm going to just run downstairs, and I'm going to switch, I'm going to see if I can switch internet providers for this, so give me 30 seconds. Cameron, are you there? Cameron?
He's physically there.
He's physically there. Cameron, we're getting nothing from you, buddy.
Cameron's on mute.
I'm on YouTube.
You're on YouTube.
Hey, Mom.
There you go.
Oh, Cameron, while I'm doing some emergency maintenance on our router, if you'd care to just spend a couple minutes detailing the funding efforts that we've done over the last week between your Den of Lore and Sacred Geometry International, and describe to the listeners some of the perks that they could be getting.
Okay, one moment. Are we live now?
We're live now.
Way to put me on the spot, buddy.
Sorry.
Okay. That's okay. We're doing a fundraiser for John Anthony West. He's got stage 4 cancer. He's currently in Houston with Dr. Brzezinski, seeking alternative treatment and therapy. It's pretty pricey stuff, but he has a good track record of success. So last week, let's see, we had Randall Carlson, we had Laird Scranton, Robert Schock, Randall Carlson, and anyone else I'm forgetting, please forgive me. Oh, yeah, Ed Nightingale. So the perks we have to offer, Sacred Geometry International, we've got signed copies of Cosmic Patterns and Cycles of, Catastrophe. We've got our level 1 classes. What else do we have? Good Mojo, Good Karma. I mean, make us an offer. If you've got money you want to give to John and you see something in our store you want, we'll give it to you. And that's pretty much it so far. Anybody else want to chime in there?
Well, I think we were going to do, for this one, anyone who, for 3 people anyway, the first 3 people, if there's anyone who wants to, that donate $200 or more, can sit in and we'll interview whoever they want through our platform. But I do have like hundreds of magnets, so if people want magnets, they could have some of those too.
Well, that's
I could
that's
get probably
awesome.
I could probably get a lock of Randall Carlson's hair for anything over 200.
Yeah, you
worth
get a
something.
couple. Yeah, that's right.
Couple.
Well, that's
I have
fantastic.
a pillow that Randall used when he slept here. Should we auction that up?
It's funny because I've got a pillow from Brandon Powell when he slept here. So I think
Oh, perfect. We'll
wager
have a
that.
little theme going.
Hey, gentlemen, on the Magical Egypt website too, there's a series of T-shirts that we made just for John and just to commemorate this thing. And 100% of the proceeds from all the swag are going to John's efforts as well. So on the Magical Egypt website, if you want to buy a T-shirt, a Magical Egypt T-shirt, or a John West T-shirt, you can do that too and help out his situation.
That's
Those are handsome shirts. I saw those the other day. Those are quite good.
Yeah.
Cheers! Thank you.
yeah, no, it's fantastic. I'd love to be able to walk around with just Sphinx on it and John Anthony West's photo on my on my chest. That's just something that just screams cool.
There's a
Totally.
bunch of John Westisms, just some immortal John Westisms like Groggle, and there's a bunch of funny things that John uniquely says that people on his tours bandy about, and we've had a whole series of different T-shirts made, kind of commemorating all of the John Westisms.
How about this, Chris? If someone donates $1,000 or more, Grimerica will pay for you to get that T-shirt tattooed on your chest.
nice.
Hell yeah! Hell yeah!
Yeah, no, I would love to be able to see that. Unfortunately, though, that's needles scare the crap out of me. So there's very little chance he'll actually see me. I would donate $1,000, but I would not get the tattoo. So
2,000.
2,000.
If somebody donates $1 million, I'll cut off one of my pinkies like a yakuza.
I would totally live to be able to see that.
It's got to be $1 million though. It's my pinky.
Now,
I think like workers' comp gives you like $4,500 Canadian. What's that? That's like 3,000 US.
Gotcha.
When Vanese and I first got to Australia, we got in a terrible car accident, and she broke her neck, and it all worked out okay. But on the day we went to the hospital, some Australian guy was chopping trees in his yard with a hatchet, and he fell out of the tree, and the chainsaw fell down and cut his arm off. And
Jesus.
within a month, they had it reattached, and he was just he was all good. Apparently, I had no idea that medicine has proceeded to that extent. But anyway, if you could probably cut your finger off a number of times, and to have it sewn back on.
Well, I'm willing to do that.
As long
And
as
he
it's a good,
recovered like
clean cut.
motor. I mean, his arm worked after that.
He was totally good. I don't know if he was a like concert violinist after that, but I mean,
Right.
it was there, and he had a cool scar to brag on. And but I had no idea it was fully operational.
Which
They
part of
brought
Australia are you
police
in?
I am currently in the Sunshine Coast by Brisbane. It's one of the least hip parts of Australia.
he's
Yeah, my
lying.
wife's from Melbourne.
That is totally the hip part of Australia, at least for students.
No, it's pretty cool. It's really cool. We used to live in Nimbin, which is like the Amsterdam of Australia. And there's no place on earth quite like that. If you ever spent any time in Amsterdam, Australia's like that. Only the people are much less uptight, and everyone speaks English.
Nice.
With the hookers and everything.
Well, they're a little hairier, and but they're cheaper, and it's all good.
That's a give and take.
They have a good attitude.
All of life is a give and take.
Now, what work have you been doing? Okay, let me take a step back here because this is going to be a very long answer, I'm guessing. I know that John Anthony West mentioned at one point that Magical Egypt 2 was in the works, and this might have been, it might have actually been the Joe Rogan. This might have actually been Joe Rogan's podcast for that, and that was the first time I heard of it actually being done, or it may have been on Fade to Black. I'm actually not too sure. But between those two, like when did he finally approach you to get the things going, or has it been something that you guys have been working on for a long time?
For a really long time, we've talked about it all the time. When it first came out, it was very much like the Rocky Horror Picture Show. It was just a colossal face flop commercially. And, if you ever hear Tim Curry or anybody talk about the Rocky Horror Picture Show, nobody's really excited about it. Nobody made much money on it. And everyone thought it was just a huge failure until years later when it started to get this weird second life on the internet. Because it's very clearly not a commercial standard television fare. So we talked about it on and off for a long time. And but for a long time, Egyptology was sort of stagnant and nothing much happened. And then just within the last maybe 3 years, all of this stuff happened. Göbekli Tepe and Laird Scranton's done all this amazing work. And there's this guy who's a real prominent part of the new Magical Egypt, Gary Osborne, has made these series of unbelievable discoveries, this new kid, Brad Clopson. So kind of the next generation after John West, this whole generation of people, incredible findings have just all started happening at once in the last maybe 3 years. So I've been working on this show for about 3 years. We're scheduled to release it at the end of the month. So it is so much better. It's so much bigger. It's so much weirder. This time, 15 years later, we have a very clear picture of who the audience is. When we did this originally, it was this weird sort of outsider thing that just, weirdos and people who've done too much LSD. It was a very, strange crowd. And it's become a much bigger kind of threshold subject now. And so thanks to Joe Rogan's evangelizing, and John keeps getting higher and higher in profile, and he was a little secret, back in the old days. He was like my Grateful Dead. I could follow him around and film him, and he was a very insider fringe thing. And 15 years later, it's a whole different thing. And so anyway, it's a long answer. But the reason it's taken 15 years to do another one, we never stopped talking about it. But just recently, all this stuff's happened. And another little aside: the animation software has changed so much recently. A big part of the new show is animated scenes and vignettes of what might have gone on back in the day. And I've been working for 2 years on the animations that are in the show. I did the soundtrack this time. That took me a year. So we've been working on the show for a long time. That was a really long answer. I'm sorry about that.
We don't have a time limit on this show, so you can go as long as you want. People may come in, drop out, fall asleep halfway through the show. They wake back up, they join back in. It's part of the magic. As long as there's scotch involved, people are happy.
Well, it all started back in the Eisenhower administration. I don't even have any scotch. I'm all about the tequila in this household.
Tequila?
Oh man,
tequila.
In Australia, it's also like stupid expensive.
Oh, everything's exactly twice as much. Guitars, cars, and alcohol are exactly twice as much.
Now, wow. Is that like nationwide, or is that just localized within certain areas?
It's all of Australia, and the really funny thing, they just did this kind of hit piece on the guy who owns IKEA, and they just demonstrated that the people in New Zealand, which is not too far from here, people in China and people in Japan, nobody else in the world pays twice as much, but Australians have been sort of collectively scammed that shipping costs and everything make everything twice as expensive. And it's just that the politicians are bolder here, and they grift more than any other country. Our old president made as much as Obama. Julia Gillard made the same amount of money as Obama. The politicians do really well here. And the poor consumers kind of take it in the shorts. I shouldn't be talking about this because I'll get kicked out.
No, well, of the country or of this chat, because we don't censor people on this. We don't censor people on this program.
There's a funny thing in Australia. You go to a store and you knock over a lamp, and if you break it, you have to buy it. So my wife's Australian, and I brought her over here, and I got in a car wreck, and I broke her neck, so I had to buy the cow. We had to get married and stay here, and now I'm not sure. I'm not sure what I'm free to say and what I'm not. Because the Queen owns me. I'm a subject of the Queen now.
I'm Canadian. I'm a subject of the Queen. I'm also a Freemason.
Oh, see?
We hail to the Queen every meeting. Take that for what you will, listeners.
Me and Lon, I don't know if you know Lon Duquette from the original Magical Egypt, is also in the, he's a huge part of the new show. Lon and I went to the head of Freemasonry. Lon got his 32nd degree a while back, and what an amazing place. Have you been to the head of the Masonic, the head of Freemasonry in London?
Not in London. I haven't been to in London. I know a past Grand Master here in Ottawa, and somebody who's running for Grand Master here in Ontario, or at least, it's a province in Canada, province of Ontario, but it's still just Ontario. So it's kind of the same thing, but not like right in London. Because even though there's like a Grand Lodge in London or a Grand Lodge here in Ontario, they're completely separate entities. Like there's a certain amount of amity between them, but they're completely separate, completely separate organizations. And even then, when it comes to Masonic bodies, the Masonic bodies themselves are separate. The only thing that Grand Lodge does is ensures that, first of all, the tools to be able to do your ritual is good, and also to make sure that the ritual stays the same between all the lodges, to make sure it's regular.
Right.
Other than that, they don't they don't meddle in other lodges' affairs.
One of the toughest lines to walk in the show is having a reverence for the secrets that Masons keep. And the secrets more have to do with Masonic secrets. They don't have to do with anything that you ask with the right intention. And if it's about something important, it's not necessarily the ominous secretive thing that people talk about, but it is so interwoven. The rites and rituals and allegories of Freemasonry are so centrally important to understand if you want to learn symbolism. And if you really want to understand Egypt, I've been very surprised that more Egyptologists aren't Freemasons, because so much of what the Egyptologists say they're still looking for is just all right there in the Masonic Lodge.
Well, and that was one of the things that actually drove me to Freemasonry. Believe it or not, John Anthony West was, like his work with Mystery of the Sphinx, like way back in when it came out in 1993, was what actually got me interested in the sacred, like the more esoteric side of ancient history. And the Magical Egypt came out, and I'm like, boom, okay, I want this.
Wow, good on you. Yeah, me too. Basically, me too. The first show is one of the most technically horrible things that's ever been committed to film. And when I did the first show, I was just a graphic designer and an animator, and I just happened to have this weird conjunction of circumstances where I just left my job. I was working for Fox. I was in the fair department right after getting switched over from the balance department at Fox. And I just had this conjunction of circumstances where I just left my job, and I'll be back in 6 or 7 months. Started following John around.
Well, that reminds me of my own experience. That's odd.
What?
Hello?
Yeah, no, you said you reminded you of your own experience.
Well, being a graphic designer, meeting Randall, following him, basically making a movie, and having that same apprehension, looking backwards at like all the technical errors I made, not knowing anything, just kind of winging it. So I feel your pain.
Purity of heart and just a good, honest interest in something will pull you through just about everything,
That's true.
Absolutely.
Hey, do you know David Carson? Speaking of graphic designers,
I can't say that I do.
He used to be the most famous graphic designer in the world. I've spent my whole life as my degree is in design, and I've been a graphic designer and animator for 20 years before I became a filmmaker. And I love it. There's not enough of us around, and the reason the world isn't more beautiful is there's not more graphic designers in the world.
Good point. Well, maybe we can change that. We can get everybody taking these classes with Randall, and
That's right.
revivifying the landscape and enchanting the landscape.
And if we breed, if we breed with the women of non-graphic designers, that will shore up our numbers too.
Do graphic designers get to breed?
Yeah, well, I'm trying. I just got married. It'll happen. You'll have little Zoogers running around the place, all drinking scotch, and well, no, because that's bad. But when they're of age, they'll drink scotch.
Yeah, you may want to lay off the scotch for your sperm's sake, my friend.
Well,
and don't sit too close to the monitor. Don't sit too close to the monitor either if you want to be reproducing.
Well, that's why my monitor's about 2-3 feet away. Guys, for everyone
do yourself a favor, hold your nuts up to the microwave, bud.
Yeah, no, I think I'll pass on that. I am, my wife will. If I do that, my wife will actually kill me, and then I love her too much for her to want to be able to do that. It just gets complicated. I've got to dole out the stuff afterwards. My cat has to figure out how to work the home theater system. It's just bad. Now, just to give you guys a heads up, if you can, for anyone who's in here right now, I just sent out the new link to the stream because I actually had to create an entirely new stream for this show, for this episode. And just tweet it out to everyone, get the word out there, just so that they know that we're live. We've got 13 people in the chat right now, and those are our, I know Bram's in there because Bram is awesome. Just let everyone...
You have the link for the chat too?
Yeah. The link for the chat.
I think I'm in the right one, right?
Yeah, you're in the right one. That's the one we're in right now. We've got 15 people in there. I know. I see Kevin Stevens is in there. Kevin, no, you're not the only one in here. We love you, buddy. I hope you enjoyed that Highland Park. I got a glass of Glen here. Cheers, buddy. So yeah, just let everyone else know that we're out here and we're live and we're kicking. And also, send some shade Roger's internet's way, please, and thank you. Now I'm just going to double check the Skype here just to make sure we've got everyone else on. And Brandon, you're on here as well. I know you've been listening quite patiently in the background.
I'm here, guys.
Okay, now Brandon, you're relatively new to the group. I know you and I have talked over Skype with Camron several times. I think it was like multi-hour conversations. Like we went to like 3 hours just talking MMA, which I thought was awesome. And I thought like Brandon is one amazing son of a gun. I got to get him on this show. So thank you very much for coming on tonight and joining in this magical Egypt experience.
I appreciate you guys having me on.
Now,
Welcome, Brandon.
Now, Brandon, well, why don't you give the listeners at home a little background into you?
Well, I think the relevance of having me on the show was my connection through Camron and being connected to the Wim Hof method as an instructor for Wim in the United States. And Clay, who is working with John, is really into the method and the health benefits, that are being displayed by the method. We're in the process of doing a lot of various work with different things. I won't speak out of turn, but basically, we're tapping into pH levels which show great results in creating, healthy states of the body that can be resistant to, in particular diseases.
And that's fantastic. Now, the Wim Hof method, that's the method where, just for everyone else that's out there, where you can immerse yourself in like freezing cold water for extended periods of time without any adverse effects to your body whatsoever.
Well, right. Yeah, we don't want any adverse effects. We want all the positive effects that come with the stimulation of basically we're working with adrenaline, and we're kind of, in a very short way to describe it, we're hacking our way into stress and then learning how to de-escalate from that stress in order to kind of move from an innate sort of sympathetic nervous response into a parasympathetic nervous response, which creates, like ultimate, it's kind of like a flow state, if you want to go there. And we are able to, kind of tap into, various, I would say, high-level meditative brainwave states that are, really effective, in the day-to-day just coping with life. And, and then there are a myriad of effects. I mean, we could go into all kinds of things about the method, but the method does really, or it is really showing positive benefits.
And that's that. Sorry, I believe that would.
I've actually been trying that in my shower, but I can't get it very cold.
Well, aren't you in Canada?
No, the water gets fucking cold. But I just. So should I start hot and then go cold? Because maybe that's my problem. Is once I get to the hot, trying to get down to the cold is tough.
Well, contrast in the beginning, go back and forth, but the idea of what we do is we want to get into the cold and then we want to de-escalate through that. Basically, the Wim Hof method is 3 pillars. It's breath work, gradual exposure to the cold, and then the mindset to get you through all of it. And the breath work is the sort of the axis of the whole methodology. I mean, what we're trying to use is the breath to get us through the cold, the initial shock of the cold. And then once we pass through that, we can relax into the whole process. And that gives us the time to sit with the cold and to meditate. And essentially, once we come from that experience, we want to tap into the feelings of thermogenesis, which come as an after effect of the cold. So if you just go back and forth between hot and cold, you'll never really tap into the whole process. But it's a good way to start to create a nervous system response so that your body sort of knows what's coming. So it's not a complete shock. But ultimately, you want to be able to go from just say hot to cold and finish your shower with cold. And then you want to transition just to cold and then ultimately into cold full submersions like ice baths. And that's not to say you shouldn't take hot showers, because I love hot showers. But ultimately the cold is just used as a tool, and so if you're using it in your shower, I recommend going first starting with the contrast to going back and forth between the hot and the cold, and then ultimately working towards just the cold.
Now,
And how long do you do that between the two?
Well, initially you could just start with seconds, 15,
Okay.
10, 15 seconds. And then you could work your way towards a minute. If you can work your way, in the WIM has a program online, and the basic idea is to work towards 10 minutes in the cold shower. But if you're doing 10 minutes in the cold shower, you should be able to do ice baths. And ice baths have a prolonged effect, so you don't have to do them every day. I choose to do them about every day, but if you do them a few times a week, you can get great benefits from the ice. And that's everything from ultimately it's just creating energy, which we could tie that into the whole Egyptian thing. I believe that tapping into these natural systems that are latent within the body that go unknown, essentially, because we're no longer living deeply connected to nature. And if we were more connected to nature, we would have to engage these systems. And that's sort of the message of the Wim Hof practice is that we want to get back to nature and kind of tune out for a while and move into these states of theta that allow us to be more animal. So the practice of just connecting back to the breath and then essentially bringing in the cold can act as these natural stimuluses in a way that creates repetition, because the cold water is always there and presents the same challenge every time you go back to it.
Well, it's so hard to get past that breathing, though, to not just like start hyperventilating.
Well, that's why we hyperventilate in the practice. So the practice is essentially a controlled hyperventilation in order to enter into high levels of sympathetic nervous state. So we've been able to generate levels of adrenaline that are, just laying in bed, that are the same as a bungee jumper's first jump, and then essentially de-escalate out of that. And when you come from that state, it's basically, I don't want to put it like this, but it's true. We're kind of getting high on adrenaline for a minute, and then we're riding that out, and that energy can feed you all day long.
And you're doing that through hyperventilation?
Yeah, it's essentially a hyperventilation, but it's more profound than just a hyperventilation, because it's a controlled hyperventilation. We're basically creating a fear state so that throughout the rest of the day you don't feel very much fear. We're kind of hacking out of fear, if that makes sense. And it's because stress and fear are totally related.
And does that reduce your cortisol levels or something, or how does that work?
Well, what was put forth at Stanford is that we're basically balancing and reducing cortisol while getting high levels of adrenaline.
Okay.
So Wim has been studied at Stanford. There've been studies going on. He just was recently, the last couple of days, studied in Michigan at a university doing brain scans, and So they're really trying to push these, this method, from a scientific standpoint, and trying to prove everything that they're saying.
A friend of mine got heavily into Kundalini yoga and became an instructor. And at one point, he was doing cold showers every day. And at the time, he was explaining it to me as kind of a bit of a detoxification type effect as well. Is that part of it?
Well, I think this is a direct link to the Kundalini. Right. I've done a lot of practices. I've been involved in martial arts and Qigong for almost 30 years, and the yoga and all kinds of things I've trained. And ultimately, I've found more internal feeling from this method in the last 2 years that I've been involved with it, because of the stimulation of the cold, and then tapping into this what we call brown fat activation or thermogenesis. And so when people talk about the heat rising up the spine in the Kundalini, this is something that becomes very apparent, and is very much a reality for all of us. We all have the ability to do this and create this feeling, and it is it's the closest thing I could say to that. I mean, I would like to see something more. I'm always willing to try anything that's working in this type of a realm, especially with the breath.
And how does this help towards healing exactly? Like, is this something I know that with certain whether it's a mind over body, or some people say that like adrenaline can help you to overcome certain things attacking your body. Like, is this along those lines?
Well, it's just that the process itself creates all kinds of various effects. So when you're doing this over breathing that we do essentially as the basis of the whole practice, what happens is we get a high level of, we're bringing in oxygen fast. We're always basically at 100% saturation in oxygen anyway. But what happens is our CO2 lowers. So this lowers trigger responses that essentially cause us to want to breathe. So we're doing like a lot of essentially basal constriction through this breathing practice. And what that does is it lowers the CO2 and in turn raises your alkalinity level and lowers your acidity level. So when people talk about, tapping into the alkaline, like higher states of alkalinity, the only thing truly proven to adjust your alkalinity in your blood is your breath. And this all happens in connection with the vagus nerve. And essentially, the higher levels of pH, create a physiological state within the body that should be resistant to bacteria. So
are you saying that if we're a poor breather, we're probably more acidic?
Well, that depends, because you can be a poor breather and be an over breather, if that makes sense. So you can breathe too much and still be a poor breather, just like you could under breathe and be a poor breather. Mm-hmm. So the idea is to breathing is the key. I mean, it really is.
Yeah.
If you think about it, it's the key. So,
as I recall, you said it was the lowest hanging fruit, and it's the one that most people tend to overlook, and it's the one they should be going for the first step.
That's right. It's right there for us, and that's why so many athletes nowadays are really getting onto this, because they recognize this as being the truth. And the Wim was genius in bringing it out to the public, but it just really can't be denied that the when you get in touch with your breath, the sages have been saying it forever. Ultimately, when you get in touch with your breath, you can learn to just become conscious of it. And that has a very, I think that's very profound. That's when you're conscious of your breathing, you will breathe more complete, and you will have to breathe less often, if that makes sense.
That makes sense.
And I can testify. Brandon was nice enough to come down and kind of give me the experiences that I'm looking forward to now, which previously terrified me, which is getting in the cold water. And by and by, I've been doing the cold showers. And for people out there that are skittish, don't necessarily like the cold straight away. In my experience, just start with it on your lower back, gradually move up and down your spine, front and back. You can use your hands to rub in areas that are injured, and you just start tuning into your body. And by and by, you just end up turning the heat totally off, and you're acclimated. And now I'm looking at Brandon like, well, maybe I can do what he does, because this guy, he gets in freezing cold water every morning. Brandon, tell him about the setup you created there. I think this is pretty ingenious.
We call it the poor man's cryo, or the redneck
Nice.
the redneck cryo chamber.
I ain't never gonna die.
Yeah, man. No, dude, I'm in North Carolina, man. So, I just took a deep freezer and created a sort of a liner on the inside of it, so that it allowed me to be able to create really cold water and maintain it, without having to buy a $15,000 system, essentially. And that's cheap, but the process is the same. Like I said, every morning the water's just there. It's a really, really strong passive stress with repeatability. And, so we're able to keep the water at 32 degrees, and it's there every day,
Redneck cryogenics makes it sound a lot friendlier.
You make it sound you make it sound like you're from one of the Carolinas, if that's the case.
Yeah.
People might warm to it, no pun intended.
Oh, but
Sorry.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, again, I'm going to iterate to everyone that's out there. If you are listening and you're within the sound of my voice, for the 23 people in attendance currently at the moment, and I know that number was a lot higher before we had the technical difficulties, and the thousands and thousands and thousands of people who are listening to this at home later on, through iTunes, through Google Play, through Stitcher, through TuneIn Radio, or through the Den of Lore website, go to denoflore.com/WPP if you want to donate to the John Anthony West Project via PayPal. Or just Google John Anthony West Project Fundly, and you can donate by credit card. Again, the links for all the perks are in the show notes. I did make sure that I did actually copy and paste them. And again, this is including anything from coming on as a guest host to Den of Lore, coming on as a guest host to Grimerica, and trust me, I've been on Grimerica kind of before, and it was awesome. Darren and Graham are fantastic people. Edward Nightingale, who was on last week's show, is going to be on the show not next week, but 2 weeks from now. He is donating a book for $144 to get a signed book from Ed Nightingale, personalized for you. $250, you get the Traveler's Key, John Anthony West book, the best book for symbolist Egypt ever published. I believe also for $500, there is Camron, correct me if I'm wrong here on this one, but for $500 you actually get a autographed print. It's an 8x10, which was done by a famous photographer, for $2,000, or is it $2,000? Cameron?
Camron stepped away for Randall. We'll be right
that's
back.
right. Okay, yes, he said. My mistake. And see, for not 2,000, for $5,000, you get a Catskills weekend with John Anthony West. Again, that's like after March is done. You go up for a weekend. They're going to put a 17-foot to Airstream right up next to the cabin in Saugerties, right next to the Catskills Mountains. It's beautiful up there in the springtime. You'll love it. You'll have a great time. For $10,000, you get an exclusive dinner with John Anthony West and notable guests. This dinner was actually suggested by Graham Hancock, so you have a pretty good indication he's going to be there. And who else is going to be there? Maybe it could be Robert Bivol. Maybe it could be Robert Schock. Maybe it could be both of them. Heck, Joe Rogan could show up. Who knows? The next 3 to 4 days, Clay is going to be sending the information to me to get anybody else who wants to bid on this. Now, for $10,000, this is a bidding number. This is kind of a placeholder. If you want to throw an obscene number out there just to top it up and make sure John Anthony West can get his cancer treatment, we can talk about the number you want. The main important thing is if you're interested in that, contact me, send me a message in the chat, email me at info@denoflore.com, and we'll get you in the running for that. But still, a fantastic cornucopia of perks for those who enjoy giving. And even if you just want to be able to give, again, you've got two options to be able to do it. You've got PayPal as well as by credit card. It is in the show notes. In addition, it is on your screen right now. Whether it's $5, $10, $20, $30, we have proven as a community that it all adds up. 2.5 weeks ago, this project was at $36,000, and it's raised $50,000 in the last 2 weeks alone. 12,000, or no, actually about 15,000 in the last week alone. We as a community matter, and when one of our own needs help, we band together and we get that help for them. And this is the person who is needing this help is somebody who has given so much to us as seekers of truth, and people who want to be able to know more about where we came from and why that matters. And for somebody who has given so much selflessly of himself to us to be able to educate us, it's just the right thing to do to be able to give back. And if you can do that, whether it's a small amount, whether it's a large amount, I encourage you to do so. And join me and all those who are involved here on the podcast today in joining in on that giving and giving John Anthony West all the tools he needs to give, to kick cancer right in the hoo-ha, and to get back being as awesome as he always has been. So that is my spiel for donating. You can donate all night, and you are encouraged to do so also. If you want to email info@denoflore.com or at Sacred Geometry International, just to claim your perk, you can do that as well. And now one thing I did want to mention is Jimmy Church did actually put out a call on last week's show. If you donate $50, he'll give you a call out on Fade to Black. And we're going to give you a call out on this show all night. So if you donate during the show, I'll know about it. Email info@denoflore.com, tweet at me, Facebook me, whatever. I'll give you a shout out directly on the air because you are so awesome. And we at the Den of Lore have a very close-knit community. I love all of our listeners. You guys are the reason that we keep doing this, and I am so proud to be part of this this den, as it were. So and I'm getting fist bumps from some people here who are liking my speech. I can be on a soapbox, but at the same time, let us get on to a little bit of a breathing exercise. I know that we're going to be doing this in a bit. Now, Brandon, if you're there.
Yeah, I'm here with you guys.
Okay, now your brother also wanted to come on the program as well, so I'm just checking to see if I can include him.
Well, he's sitting right here with me, so we can talk through the same mic.
Okay.
How's it going?
How's it going, man? How you doing?
I'm doing very well, thanks.
Your brother and I had a little bit of a laugh this afternoon because he's like, oh yeah, I'm like, my brother's going to be on, is going to be on the show with me. I'm like, oh, that's great. I go search you on Facebook. I'm like, oh, we're friends. Okay, that's cool. I know who you are. That's fantastic.
Yeah, we all run in the same circles, It's a small world. The sacred geometry, mystical, scientific, alternative podcasting world. So, I'm glad that we're already connected.
Wonderful. Now, after this breathing exercise, we are going to get started with the stream. I know that we started a little bit late this morning, so I do appreciate everyone who is still tuning in. And I know that Duncan Randall is going to be joining us shortly, and I know Duncan will be joining us shortly as well. So if you gentlemen would care to describe this breathing exercise and how to be able to pull it off.
Oh, okay, so we're all doing this together?
Yes.
I'm always down for some heavy breathing.
For sure.
Especially with a bunch of dudes.
I mean, I'm just guessing if somebody tunes in at this point and we're all on here breathing, so I'm going to drop back and I'll coach us through the breathing exercise. So you guys will be doing the breathing and I'll be doing the coaching. But what I thought would be cool to do for this particular podcast is to introduce kind of a really heavy breathing, sort of hypoxic breathing state, if you will, in the hopes to create a little endogenous DMT. Because, nice. So we call this breath practice essentially the DMT breath practice. There was a study that was put out this year, I think it was sometime in September, that essentially postulated that hypoxic stress created endogenous DMT, or endogenous DMT was created in the brain to alleviate hypoxic stress and to keep brain insult from happening. So, let's just hope that it works, because I'm always down for a free dose of DMT. So, so basically, the idea is that we're going to do hyperventilation. So we all want to be safe first. So I will go over just a little safety guideline, which essentially is don't stand up and don't be anywhere where you can fall and hit your face on anything. This practice truly done, like when I do this with groups of people, we always have people pass out, always. And people go into all kinds of crazy states because of this practice. We get laughers and criers and all kinds of stuff. This stuff is legit. It really brings it out of you. And ultimately, you just don't want to fall and get hurt. I ripped my bathroom sink off the wall with doing this practice. So it's legit. It will knock you down. So we have to be careful. So I'll explain it. It's pretty simple. We're going to breathe as fast as we can in and out through the mouth to start. And we're going to build up into it a little bit, actually. So we're going to build up into a fast state. Let's say we have 3 levels. We're going to start with a moderate pace, kind of, you want to think like a full inhale in, and then just letting go of the breath. So we keep some residual oxygen in the lungs. So it's like, okay, so that's where we're going to start. And then we're going to get into a level 2, and I'll tell everybody. So when we move into level 2, same kind of process, in and out through the mouth, okay, because we want to tap into these panic states. So in and out through the mouth kind of helps us to tap right into the reptilian brain. And so when we go into the level 2, we'll be more like, okay? And then finally, we'll move into level 3. We won't stay here for very long, but we're going to go as fast as we can. Okay? And when we move into level 3, we're going to end kind of here, and we're going to end with a big inhale in and a hold. Okay? And this is where we can pass out. So if you have epilepsy or heart problems, don't do this. Okay? So just lay back and listen to us breathe. If you, if you feel safe, You can't get me because I'm online, so I'll cut out quick. But everybody take care. This practice will give you really good results as far as feelings are concerned. So after we take that big inhale in, we're going to hold the breath in, and then for about 10 seconds. And you want to kind of squeeze your abdomen, okay? And kind of think pressing up, bringing everything up. And then we're going to relax the abdomen. And then after we relax the abdomen, we're going to breathe out. And if you guys want to do 2 rounds, we can do 2 rounds. And we can do this pretty quick, okay?
Now, just before we begin, if I pass out, and there's always a chance I can, just dial 9 and 1, and when you hear, dial 1 again, and then send it to my house. And I'll put my
address.
So
my address is in the chat. So just
where we get the good results again is, and we'll do it. We'll say the last couple of breaths here, as we're going really fast. We'll actually slow down. Let's say the last 2 or 3 breaths, we'll slow down a little bit so that we can take we can make a good exhale, then take a good deep inhale in. And when we hold that inhale, again, brace yourself in case anybody thinks they, might go out, and then relax the body and then breathe out. Okay? And then we'll start again. Everybody together?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh,
Yep.
Okay. So let's start with that level 1 breathing. We're going to do, maybe 20 reps or so. Okay. So that level 1 is like this. Think fully in, let go. Fully in, let go. So as you're breathing, you want to think breathing from the belly all the way up to the head. Big breaths, full breaths in. Okay, let's move into level 2. A little faster now. So now we're going. Big breaths. Let's take it up to level 3, fast as we can go. This is by far the sexiest podcast I've ever been involved with. Fast as you can go. Fast as you can go. Okay, and 3, 2, 1, big breath in, hold it, squeeze everything up, squeeze, kegel, and then relax the body and let it go. Big hit. Jesus. All right, let's do it again. One more time. Last time. Ready? Start on round 1. We're going to move a little faster this time. That's right. Doing this with the CO2 down, alkalinity up. Big breaths. Full breaths in, let go. Full breaths in, let go. Okay, second round, faster. Beautiful. Okay, last round, fast as we can go. Okay, let's be ready. And now 3, 2, 1. Breathe out, breathe in. Deep breath in. Squeeze. Squeeze. Anaconda squeeze. Relax the belly. Breathe out. Nice. Nice. I wish I could hug you all right now. That's what I generally do after these types of things.
I think I shouldn't have had that scotch. Holy shit. Oh, man.
I'm pretty high.
Like my
not
entire
gonna lie.
body is like literally, I could feel if I close my eyes, there is this intense like in outward like pulsating energy.
Yeah, I'm buzzing.
This
A palpable buzz.
I haven't felt this good since my first rave. Woo! And oh man, like from like the top of your head, and I've been having a couple of glasses of scotch since before we started the show, and like maybe 1 or 2 since we had the technical difficulties, but like there's a certain amount of peace and calm and serenity that I feel.
There's also like a taste or a smell inside me as well. Does that make sense?
Sure.
I smell 12-year Glenfiddich.
Well, look, nothing is out of the ordinary. It's all just us. So what we do is we start, this process was developed through feeling, through really sensing his way through fear. And it's an unbelievable, it's a beautiful, and I hate to call it a hack, but essentially it's what it is because it's a shortcut. It's a way for us to tap into some stuff. And then what we do is we work it kind of backwards. We work the technique into the feeling. So what's real important is to start to develop how you feel around the technique. And when we do this process, we work. It's a very malleable process. We can work it in lots of different ways. This is just one little, avenue with the breath practice. So there's lots of different training that we can do with it. But essentially, it revolves around this kind of high pace, adrenaline creating process, and then we want to move into, giving ourselves some kind of battleground, a test, if you will, a sparring component to it, and that is the cold water. Other things can suffice, but the cold is something that just about anybody can approach.
Brandon.
Yes, sir.
Brent. So how many rounds of this type of breath work would you do before you get into the ice every morning?
Well, actually, man, I actually do my breath work after the ice. That's when I prefer it. Or I do it separate, totally separate from the ice. So I don't usually do a lot of breath work before the ice. I like to challenge myself to just go right to the water and get right in without much preparation, if that makes sense. A little bit of mindset preparation, but more just I want to get in and have to deal. And then when I get out, I use the breath as a tool to get myself warm. And that's the beauty of the breath. We can create all kinds of heat internally. And we have this system in us to be able to generate tremendous amounts of heat. And this has been demonstrated by famously by the Tibetan monks. Wim has also obviously demonstrated this over 2 hours in the ice without any loss of core body temperature, actually raising his core body temperature an hour in, showing direct connection into the autonomic nervous system. So, we we have the ability to do this and to really penetrate deep into nature, using the breath.
Fantastic. Randall is looking at some really incredible slides from Egypt as you're describing this, and the background is like an icy blue, and it's got Osiris sitting on his lunar bark. So it's kind of like I'm already seeing the potential here for mixing this media. And I imagine a lot of these secrets will be unveiled to us as we pursue these practices, because, studying up for the podcast, reading Schwaller de Lubitsch's The Temple in Man, basically all of the energetic pathways are mapped out in these temples.
Absolutely. And I'm interested to talk to Randall about the acacia bush and how it relates to DMT and Egypt.
Randall's here live. I know he's finishing up a little food here. But,
I'm here.
Hey, Randall, I've got a new ISO for you too when you start that, Camron.
Well, welcome, brother. Good to hear your voice again.
Is that
Good
Michael?
evening, Randall.
I hear Darren. I hear Michael. Who else?
This is Chris George Zuger of Den of Lore.
Hello, Chris.
How you
Adam
doing?
Loyola, friends to know.
Well, I guess we're all
Hey,
here
Adam.
then.
What's up?
And Chance Gardner here from Magical Egypt.
Well, hello, Chance.
Hey, man.
We somehow wrangled Chance onto the show through somehow, nefarious means. It might have something to do with the fact that he's absolutely awesome, and he was free. So, Randall, how's the flu treating you? I hope you're feeling better.
Oh yeah, I'm better.
Good. I'm going to send you
Yeah.
some. I'm going to send you some cold effects. It's like a Canadian cure-all. Boosts the immune system. It's available here. I'm going to send it down to you in case it happens
Beautiful.
again.
Yeah, sounds good, man. Yeah, it was
Don't
going
eat
around
that.
for.
I'll send you some proper medicine.
Some real medicine.
It's medicinal. It's medicinal.
Oh, okay.
Now, I know that for the 20, we've got quite a few people in the chat room now, and I know that we've got our listeners who, I just want to give a shout out to Omnicron, who's and Kevin, and you guys have been absolute wonderful for hanging on, and Bram, yes, we're rocking on. We're getting on to that point where we should be starting the show, but I want to make sure Randall's good to go and he's comfortable. And have you finished your dinner, or you still have some more?
Let's see. It looks like there's one more bite here, so I'm going to go ahead and
take your time, brother.
I'll get that taken care of here directly.
Never interrupt a Freemason at festive unless it's for the Junior Warden's toast.
That's right. I think I'm good to go. Actually, it's pretty warm in here, so I am going to get a little bit more comfortable, and then I'll be good to go.
So speaking of the chat room, Kevin, I was able to sample that for you. Here it is now. Perfect. That'll be a new jingle for my show now.
I've got the entire time. I'm probably gonna make some new techno track out of that. I've been taking the Dead Mouse Learn How to Produce on Masterclass, so I'm hoping to put those skills to good use for a new intro track that I've made myself.
It's going to be my new ringtone.
I'll send you this ISO.
Send that to me too, Darren.
Nice. So I'm first of all, I'm going to test this out here, and I'm going to share my screen with everyone just to make sure everyone can see it. Because the last time we tried this with 3 videos and a share screen, my
and Rogers.
Yeah,
Roger.
Fuck Rogers' internet. And Bell laid me off twice. Bell's working. That's the difference. So let me see here. Can everyone see the share screen?
Yes,
yeah. I can.
Yep.
Okay, wonderful. I'm just going to test.
Am I looking at a pillar in Egypt?
You were looking at the intro to a video that we have the man who produced the video on the show, and I'm kind of geeking out a little bit at the moment, but give me a second.
Good to go.
Which episode is this that we're going to watch?
We're going to be watching episode 1. We can pretty much watch as many episodes as we want. I know we were looking at about 2 or 3. I was personally prepared to watch all of them. I may still watch all of them after everyone else goes off the air because that's the way that I roll.
Nice.
But the episodes that we'll be watching tonight, let's see, show all windows. And yeah, there we go. So we're going to be looking at The Invisible Science. And the three that we're definitely going to watch, The Invisible Science, The Old Kingdom, and the Still Older Kingdom, and the Temple of Man, which is so part 1, part 2, and part 4. And the reason we're watching Temple of Man is because myself and Camron tried to burn through the Temple in Man from Schwaller de Lubix today, and we got to stretch that muscle because that's an awesome read. Check it out on Kindle. Fantastic understanding of how the Temple at Luxor was actually constructed over centuries. Oh my God, such a riveting read. So if everyone can see my book, I'm going to switch over to the Magical Egypt view. And again, also don't forget, pre-order Magical Egypt 2 out in the next 30 or so days at magicalegypt.com. Which you can see on the graphic to the right hand side. So if everyone is ready, I can start the video. And can everyone hear the audio fine?
Yes. Sounds good to me.
Wunderbar. I love this intro. I watched it like about 50 times this week alone.
I think Duncan's ready.
Bring him on.
I should be able to do that from my end, eh?
Well, let me just pause her then. Now, Chance, who did you have narrate the movie? Because, that is one of the most serene voices I've ever heard. Where did you find the guy?
Isn't he awesome? That's Derek Partridge. He's a Brit, obviously. Derek was the voice of BBC Finance from the 60s through the 80s. Here's the coolest thing about Derek. He was one of the bad guys on the original Star Trek episode.
Nice.
He was the bad guy in Plato's Children, where Captain Kirk did the world's first interracial kiss on television, apparently.
Brilliant.
That is absolutely
I just
awesome.
talked to Derek. I just talked to Derek a few minutes ago. He's proudly the voice of the new show.
Nice.
It's amazing that everyone's still alive.
You know what? And I can't wait to hear this. I'm gonna put in my pre-order right now. While we're talking.
Can I just pre-order it right now? Yeah.
Yeah, go to magicalegypt.com.
Is it on DVD or will it be digital?
It's going to be digital. And it's going to be both eventually, but it's a digital download right now.
Fuck DVDs.
Will you be able to get it on demand from any of Netflix or Amazon or Hulu or anything like that? Or
we're trying to get to Netflix. The biggest thing is I'm just trying to get the thing done right now.
Totally.
But
I get it.
We're trying to get Netflix interested. It's a catch-22 because until you have something to show, it's hard to get a meeting, and so we're trying to do that in advance. But the show's coming together so fast and so furiously that once I do that, I'll start worrying about some of the other stuff.
Understood.
Okay, and Darren, how are we doing with Duncan?
So it looks like if I answer it, it's going to put you guys on hold.
Send me his. You can just add him to using the plus button, can't you?
No, it says it'll put my call on hold.
Okay. Can you send me his Skype via the chat here, and I'll add him.
His Skype ID is Duncan is a witch, all one word.
Duncan. Okay.
Pretty sure there's only going to be one of those.
Yep.
And he floats. He floats on water.
Is he a duck?
Quack.
speaking of like cult shows, apparently they're supposed to make a follow-up to Spaceballs, which I think is
Wow.
That would be awesome. Yeah.
like I'm waiting for that because I know the reason that I actually married my wife. Well, one of the reasons I married my wife, and one of the many reasons, because she's wonderful and listens to the show, is because she was a Holy Grail fanatic, and many of the people we have on the show are Holy Grail fanatics. So, now I'm just gonna
I've still never seen that.
Oh my God.
Now.
Well,
Jen-
now I've
You've still
saving it
seen
to
it?
watch with Graham. Graham wants me to watch it with him now.
you
I
know,
think I seen like part of one of them a long time ago, and it just wasn't my thing.
you
I could
I don't
probably get
know.
into it more now.
you brought him into
They don't hold up very well. It's very time bound. It might not work if you didn't see it originally. I met Eric Idle once. He was a dick to me. He was such a dick to me.
Okay, Duncan is on his way in.
Hello.
Nice.
Duncan,
How's it going, you guys?
Oh my goodness,
What's up?
Mr.
Greetings.
Trussell, how you doing today?
I'm great. How are you?
Good.
I can't see you though. Is this not video or what is this?
It's not video. Apparently, our
Oh,
Canadian
beautiful.
internet is a little bit, a little bit on the sketchy side. Unfortunately, I had to go with
No problem, man. I love no video. That's fantastic.
Wonderful. So, yeah,
Eastern Canadian internet sucks.
That's a bummer, man. That's a real bummer. We need fast connections these days.
well, we're still working on it. At least I've got 2 internet connections in the house, so that's kind of a good thing.
Fast connections.
That is awesome.
Thanks.
So we just queued up Magical Egypt, and we've got a couple people in the chat room already, and we're ready to get going. So,
Is there a tweet up about this, and I'll tweet it?
no, go. Well, there was a tweet, and then my internet connection decided to be throttly, and then I went to my other internet connections. So go tweet away. I'll.
Is this on YouTube? What's the link? Under
Duncan Trussell.
Let me see here. I'm on. Okay, hold on a second. I want to try to find a link to this sucker. Okay, so you guys are streaming this on YouTube?
Yes, we are. And actually, I just tweeted you the link for my own Twitter.
Okay, I got it. I'm on. Okay, cool. Hang on. I'll just tweet this thing. Hold on a second here. Okay, and let's just tweet this. What's the name of this show? Magical. What?
It's a Den of Lore, the John Anthony West Project Cancer Fight Companion.
Okay, got it. And is
You need an acronym.
Jaw Cancer Jaw CFC Magical.
What is this? Is this raising money for him?
Yeah, totally, man. We've been doing it for 2 weeks. I'm actually going to be raising money from the show from now until the end of March.
Awesome.
Yeah,
So,
what's our totals up for on that?
I know right now, we were sitting at the beginning of the show at around 8,300 or 83,000. We're up to about 83,846.
Beautiful.
That's beautiful.
Yeah. Man.
Okay. I'm tweeting now. Okay, got it. Okay, cool. Tweeted. Ready to go. Are we already going?
We've been on for about we've been doing some breathing exercises for the last bit, so I'm just gonna. Can you see my screen share?
Let me see here. Yeah, I see. Hold on one second here. Okay, yeah. I mean, I just see kind of like a blurry screen. Oh, wow. Yeah. Okay, I see that.
There we go.
Wow, this could be like a weird ink experiment where everyone describes what they see in the picture.
That's a radish, man. Okay, there we.
Cabbage, I think. It's like,
Okay.
Cabbage.
Yeah,
Cabbage.
Is this the very first one?
This is the first one.
So when did this come out then, Chase? This would have been 20 years ago?
It's about 17 years ago. Yeah. I don't. Whenever 9/11 was on.
2001.
Yeah, that's about right.
There it is.
I was at Fox at the time when Mike Darnell had just done the Cop Show, that new reality show at the time, and nobody used tripods anymore. It was all handheld, and so I thought that was very liberating that you could do a show without tripod. And then none of the networks wanted it because I didn't use a tripod.
Different stories told about the same land.
Every single time that intro gets me.
Histories.
Two different histories.
Almost as if there were two Egypts. This ancient land has always partaken of a dual
Like, I've probably seen this as many times as Joe has.
The public face of Egypt is known the world over.
Look at that.
In every
The
history.
nightmare of the pharaoh. Tourists. Festing your beautiful pyramid. A bunch of farting tourists. Look at the funny art on his
4,000 years ago, they were kings. It's like, now it's like, man, that guy's got a fucking Kodak. Like, that is...
Yeah. So depressing.
They can't appreciate. They can't.
Magical ability from an even earlier culture.
Too much fluoride.
Oh, tell me about it.
It is the account of the Egyptians themselves.
Where did this originally air?
This alternate history is echoed by.
This has always been a streaming. I don't know if anybody's ever showed this. Maybe the History Channel a long time ago. It had some activity right at the beginning, but it's always been just a YouTube phenomena.
Was it just me, or did that person a few frames back look like an Olmec?
Stories provides a unique window.
The
into
chariot.
There's China.
Sorry, guys.
In this series, we will take a look at the shadowy history and magical practices of this other Egypt. Egypt as the keeper of secrets.
We've been just looking at Abu Simbel, which is the temple that had to get moved when they built the big dam there at Aswan.
And that was moved to New York, wasn't it?
Not quite that far.
Las
That was
Vegas.
Cleopatra's Needle.
Randall, it's interesting you mentioned that, because that's what gave me the Egypt bug when I was a kid. My parents had all these old National Geographics, and the October '63 National Geographic was on the building of the Anwar Dam and all of this.
West for a symbolist tour of magical Egypt. We will
Definitely leaves
explore
an
not
impression.
only the sacred sites, but the ancient teachings that lie concealed there.
Of course, the Aswan Dam happens to be right on the tropic, dead on the Tropic of Cancer.
Interesting.
Yeah, so that was,
We will see the ancient mysteries through.
That's
a
where you want to get
decoding
baptized,
lens.
Brandon.
A cipher that brings the lost magic to life and returns to humanity the teachings of the magic of
This is
our
going to be the best show ever with those sound effects. If I do those sound effects, everyone's voice gets fucked up. But he can do it himself.
You gotta get one of these things, man.
The temple that they moved there that was the Philae Temple, where they
The Philae Temple.
on
the island.
Yeah, that was.
Did ancient Egypt inherit its mysterious abilities from an even older culture, lost to history
and
and
has
forgotten
very
by the
unique
modern world?
artwork that's completely different than anything else you see in Egypt. Particularly, there's a shrine there to Sekhmet, and there. I'll see if I can post some of the pictures in the thread. I was sharing a couple little ones I have when I was in Egypt that were on my desktop, but. Just really incredible, strange, dwarfish-looking, impish type figures that you don't see in any of the other.
Right.
Man, this intro gets me every fucking time. Every fucking time.
Good on you. Good on you.
Now, the interesting thing, like, whenever you see like Egyptian statues, everyone says it's like,
Although
it's
Western civilization is
like,
generally
they're
considered
symmetrical.
to be the
No,
product
Egyptians
of Greek
always
and Roman
made
culture.
the
Greeks
statue
and Romans
Imperfections
both
purposely.
acknowledge
yeah, like
ancient
they were
Egypt as the
asymmetrical
source of
specifically
great
because
ancient wisdom.
of their knowledge of the human body.
A mysterious land of riddles whose secrets were considered the highest prize to some of the greatest minds in history. Egypt was known to the ancient world as a repository of high knowledge and magical practices. These universal secrets were contained and kept alive in the mystery schools. The teachings and magical ability they imparted were held in the highest secrecy and reverence.
So those are the mystery
Entrance to
schools
the
that turn into the
temples that held
Masons,
the
Randall?
secrets was tightly restricted.
Pretty much.
Well, nobody
They
can
were the
draw a
domain
direct
of
historical
royalty,
connection
priests,
between them,
and
but
privileged
there
initiates.
certainly is an implied connection. You know, that's a work of
Forefathers
historical
of modern
research
thought,
that still
such
needs
as
to be done.
Pythagoras,
Is
Plato,
tying together
and
the
others,
various mystery schools that
waiting
emerged
more than
in
20 years
different
preparing
cultures, you know,
before acceptance
since
into the
Old
mystery
Kingdom
schools.
times.
Yeah,
We can trace
The secret
we can
teachings
trace
were
modern
known as
Freemasonry
esoteric or
historically
occult
pretty
or
much
symbolist
back to the
teachings, and were held to
guilds
contain
of
the
master
secrets of the
builders during the
universe
Middle Ages that built the cathedrals, and really not much
and the
farther
keys
than
to
that.
great magic.
However, there were certainly
Those who were
orders
allowed to
in the
receive the
past in
mysteries
Greece, the
often
Dionysian
went on to join a
artificers,
who's who
the
of historical
Mithraists,
movers
and
and
others that
shakers.
had rituals and symbols that were almost identical to
Pythagoras,
modern
Plato,
Freemasonry.
Aristotle, Galileo, Copernicus.
So why the why the similarity? Did the Masons just sort of lift those rituals, or is the implication that the Masons have their roots in some kind of deeper secret?
Yeah, I mean that's kind of the question right there. Is there a direct historical continuity between these groups, or was there in effect a revival? I think it was probably a combination of both.
Right on, brother.
Seems to be a sort of a common language of symbolism that ties all of these, you know, these bodies of information and knowledge together that we call the mysteries. You know, the Cabaret, the Martinists, the Mithraists, the Gnostics, the list goes on. And while they're not identical, they're very similar. So many parallels that you realize that they may be, in a sense, distinct expressions of one common stream of knowledge.
And from my research, I've always been able to find that common stream is about, you know, being able to build or manifest something, whether it's from the divine, whether it's from, you know, whatever higher power is out there.
Satan. It's from Satan.
You know, and I'll say hi at our next Illuminati pancake breakfast / virgin sacrifice.
Zorak, rest in peace. Maybe I'll see you in Egypt, brother. Wouldn't surprise me these fucking days.
Oh, there was the Keplerian nested solids we just saw.
Wow. Yep. And
and number symbolism than he did.
Yeah, this was John Anthony West is going on like you know, Isaac Newton studied this shit more than he did the stuff that we actually know him for.
Well, that's true.
That's incredible. And it's like amazing. People think of Newton as a square. They say it's like he had mercury in his hair and chests filled with maps of the Temple of Solomon and sacred geometry. He was a lunatic.
In its ancestral form,
in the best way possible. You know, an alchemist.
In some
Absolutely.
cases, obsession.
He was given over to the
Some of
moon.
the
He was a
greatest minds
lunatic.
and forces in
There you
human
go.
history.
Yeah, exactly.
Man, that's just looking, just seeing. Good God.
More scientists should be
The
mystics.
term mystery schools refers not
Yeah,
to a
exactly.
specific
I mean,
place
did
or
you
time
actually
in
did you
ancient
read that
Egypt,
article
but
from the guy,
timeless
the Large
teachings
Hadron
passed down
Collider, who
through
said
word
that
of
they've
mouth,
disproved
encrypted
ghosts?
into the temples,
What?
concealed
Really?
behind
Yeah,
Bullshit.
he
I
said,
don't believe
you know,
that.
he's like, well, you know, it's like he said the idea is like they're detecting energy at such like
Secrets were held in
tiny
mystery schools
quantum
that made them
minute
so
levels, and
important.
that there, if there's
So
some
sought
external consciousness or energy system,
One
then
of
they
the
would have
secrets
picked
was
it
an
up by
alternate
now.
history of
That's
human
ridiculous
past
because
that
they're
he
like, I should be able to measure spirit.
Oh yeah,
I've
that's
got to
a
look into that because I didn't know about that, but that's an interesting.
You know, the guys at Ottawa Paranormal Research Investigations would have would definitely have some issue with that.
Again and again. Like the
Yeah,
way
that's.
we
I mean, you know, scientists are always trying to like
This story
say that
has
something
resonance
isn't
in
there
all
because they don't
cultures in the stories
currently
of
have the
flood
means to
or the
quantify it.
periodic
But
catastrophes
Yeah,
of
I don't
many
buy it, but I
ancient
want to read
myths.
it.
Fuck, they built
Yo,
a
it's
thing
cool.
to find the
I
Higgs
mean,
boson. They can't even
This
find that
alternative
shit. What the
model
fuck?
of our
Well,
past
truth is only as good as your yardstick.
Vast accumulation of knowledge.
That's
We
right.
just saw the blasted tower.
Yep.
It's always been my firm belief that before you get a PhD, you need to go eat a couple of peyote buttons and sit in the desert.
Amen.
I've been promoting that idea for years now.
You should have to eat mushrooms to graduate high school too.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, where you at? Neil deGrasse, where you at, son?
Well, brother, I'll come down to visit you in Atlanta. We'll have some fun.
Oh, yes, sir. Well, if things go according to plan, I should be out in the desert in May.
Okay.
Which desert?
Mostly the Sonoran Desert. Which
Dude, you never tell me shit. I always find out last. Can't believe this. I'm just fucking with you, man. But I'm like, damn, Duncan Trussell knows before I do. Great.
No, you're finding out at the same time, at the same moment. You're finding out. Yeah, probably you've heard of the Chacoan culture.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, sure. The Chacoans. They occupied the San Juan Basin of New Mexico, and they built an infrastructure. And the infrastructure is essentially geometric and astronomic. And archaeologists have just barely begun to discern the outlines of this thing, and it apparently covered over 10,000 square miles.
Are you talking about the one that it's kind of like a half circle? It's either New Mexico or Arizona. I can't remember right off the bat.
Mexico, that's in Chaco Canyon.
Yes. Okay.
The Egyptians,
yes.
ancient and modern.
Wait, what are these? What do they call those geoglyphs? What are they called?
Petroglyphs.
Petroglyphs.
At its height.
Petroglyphs and petrogram.
What's the difference?
Well, one is more of a...
One's more expensive.
Yeah. A petrogram is like a gram. It's just an image. A petroglyph. Good question. What is the exact difference?
Mystery schools went into hiding.
I've always lumped them together. I don't know if there is a fine.
This is where we all become part of Randall's ongoing experiments.
I'm okay with that.
This is
gladly.
Oh, right. We're creating this kind of tentacled creature that can reach out there and enlist people to become philosophers, scientists, and learn the criteria and add all the other weird stuff they're into. And
I mean, I'm sorry, man, but I don't want to just like say, well, it's aliens. But when I see those things and I think about the amount of time it would take to build one of those and the reasoning behind it, it always strikes me that's got to be some attempt to communicate with something. I mean, they look like runways. They look like, they're identifying specific places, using symbols to tell whoever's flying over what type of people live there. I don't know. I always seems like aliens to me.
Duncan, there's some really weird stuff about that. There's some sites in Egypt that point to a star, and then they tell you how far away the star is. And when NASA does it, they say that star is 240 years away, plus or minus 5 light years. There's a standard deviation. On the ground planes, they show the exact distance to these stars. It's a very dicey thing, and a lot of people get mad at you if you just say aliens. But there are so many things that there's literally no way to know if you're trapped on Earth. There's no way to know the actual distance to stars.
Right. That's what it seems like. It seems like somebody came, left, and maybe they were going to come back and something happened. Instead, they didn't make it back.
It's one of the things that we're exploring in the new show, and it's a very contentious subject, but there's some specific issues with brain science. There's some things about brain science, the endocrine system, and schematics of consciousness that there's just no way that people back then should have known. And so it's a serious question.
They left because we got smashed by a big fucking rock.
As one learns to enter the mindset of Pharaoh,
right.
The cryptic message from the past comes to life.
One of the things that I noticed a lot when I was in Egypt was I really get the sense of what Bram has been talking about too for a long time, which is that there's a level of what you see there where you're like, okay, I can see this makes sense. I can see how people built this. Some of them may have taken a long time, but you look at the history and the dynasties, a lot of it adds up. I traveled with an open-minded Egyptologist who was cool. He was one of the original guides. Most of the guys have like 4 numbers on their ID because there's chemistry, physical science, and his number was 25. So astronomy, this guy had been around for a while. Music, got connected with them, but you know, then you get to the Great Pyramid and you're just looking at something completely different.
Hey, can you pause that, please? Chris, go back about 5-10 seconds where I had that those bullet points. Sorry, I'm not trying to talk over you, Randy. My bad, brother. I'm just I was having a hard time hearing most of what you're saying also. So would you mind kind of refreshing?
Yeah, well, I was just saying, you know, a lot of the things you encounter, like, say, at Luxor, or, you know, I traveled all down the Nile. We went to sites all over Egypt, and I really was fortunate through this friend to get access to, you know, we went on to some dig sites where they were just uncovering things, and there's unbelievable, you know, artwork and statues, but... You know, and I went to the quarry where the stones were taken from, just 600 miles away from the Great Pyramid, you know, and they hand you these rocks. And I actually have some videos I could post in the thread later where, you know, they say that they took these rocks in their hands and they just bashed these rocks out of the quarry using a harder rock to bash the other rocks out. That's where the largest obelisk that was never completed is. Yeah, and then you get there to the Great Pyramid. You know, another amazing experience was that I was able to have about 30 minutes in the Great Pyramid alone. Well, I was with a friend of mine. And, you know, we were talking about the breath earlier, and for me, a big connection with that is also sound and resonance, and the, you know, is ultimately being a drive for something. And the sound that I heard, I was making sounds in there. You know, I'm very into making all kinds of weird noises. I'm always doing it. I've always been into sound. And, you know, anybody who knows about our work in Vortex Mathematics and all that, Marco Roden, you know, we're always talking about these sounds and these names of, you know, mystical names and sounds that you can create to affect your brain. But no doubt in my mind, being inside the pyramid, that it was a resonance chamber of some sort. And I was making sounds that if I were making it here, it'd be barely audible. And there was a guy outside going, I could hear all of that, like boom.
Wow.
You know, and it was just absolutely, you know, something unique. And when you're looking, you know, my brother has a lot more experience in stonemasonry, but I've done a little bit and worked some jobs with him. And, you know, when you're looking at, and I know Randall has a lot of experience in that area, but when you're looking at those stones, you know, and the best explanation that they have is that, you know, which is the only one backed up by any hieroglyphics, is that they were sliding them on sleds, pouring oil in front of them.
Yeah,
Right.
this is in Charlton Heston, like, you know, bullshit going on here. This is like they did something, whether it was through water or they had some type of very ingenious way of moving the rocks to be able to do it, but it wasn't just sleds and oil.
Listen, I just want to throw one thing in here. I love me some aliens, and I have spent years and years and years on that subject. But when it comes to this, man, I think the biggest mind blower is if it isn't aliens. And it's like, how in the fuck did these guys do this? Because I've looked into all the various explanations on how they did it, and nothing ever really. Yeah, I'm not convinced on anything. So it's just. I love aliens, but I think that we did this, and I don't know how we did it, and that just blows my mind.
I'll tell you a dismal thing my friend said when I was running that whole aliens bullshit by him. And he's like, you want to know why the pyramid is on a dollar bill? He's like, because the pyramid represents slavery. And you want to know how they built the pyramids? With slaves, lots and lots and lots of slaves. And they put that son of a bitch on the dollar bill because that's what we all are to them, you know, just like the continuation of the great work is. Now, again, this is a very depressed.
Fuck, I got brothers who say that shit.
Dismal friend
of mine.
One
brother who says that shit.
The continuation of the great work, we like to believe that, or I like to believe that secret societies work in the shadows, not for evil, but for good, that there's this repository of information that's so potent, it gets released through these symbols, and so that people who are ready for the download can get it, but the people who aren't ready for the download don't get it. And the idea is that there's people who are working on this massive project to make the world an incredible place. That's my secret dream.
The conspiracy half is called Western democracy. You're welcome.
Yeah, Western. Well, yeah, but the idea is like, no, that's not it at all. There's an ancient art of enslaving people. The Egyptians were really good at it. They're good at taking slaves, and that's what we're just the evolution of slavery.
You're talking
Even
the
if they
Romans,
were
the
using
Sumerians, the fucking like the Chinese, every single major civilization out there, even the Americans pre-Civil War, every single one built the back off of their civilization off of slaves.
That's
That is
40-hour
ubiquitous.
work.
Not the Indians, motherfucker.
Oh no, no.
But
you motherfuckers
even
hang out
with-
in the woods communing with God.
Even with massive manpower, I get that, and I certainly believe a lot of slaves were involved in erecting these edifices. But still, the motherfucking geometry and getting it so perfect. And then when you go down to like Peru or something, and they've taken large slices of stone straight out of the side of a wall or of a mountain that's like hundreds, if not thousands of feet up. What I'm saying is how they did this is what still blows my mind. And you know
also-
what? Maybe it was aliens. I don't know who did it.
No, fuck,
but
it wasn't
that's
aliens.
what
It wasn't aliens. No
that's
way in
what
hell.
gives me a rush.
No way. in
Yeah,
hell.
it is a rush, and not just how, but why. Like when I
That's true.
consider, like for example, today I was like, you know what, man, I'm going to go to the gym. And I sure didn't do that because I'm lazy. Like to get on a train and go to the gym to exercise for me is like an insane feat right now. But to imagine in those days having the impetus, the motivation to cut these slices of stone out of quarries to place them in these incredible patterns, which are even now mysterious to us, that the impetus behind it, the reason for it, it's got to be more than just, oh, I'm going to build a monument to my greatness. No fucking way, man. There was another reason they were doing that stuff. I think that's the magnetic attraction of Egypt and the pyramids is why in the name of God. Someone woke up one morning and was like, you know what, we should build a pyramid. Let's fucking build a massive pyramid in the middle of well, I guess it wasn't a desert at the time, but to do that, just for whatever that's the big question mark. I think that's what drives all of us nuts is why.
I think that shit was an ark, man. I think it's way older than it is, like 30,000 years, and it was built to fucking all those esophagus looking things. Those were filled with seeds and shit. And it's because they knew some big rock was coming, and that the only thing that they could build to survive that shit was going to be this pyramid. It was like waterproof and everything.
Wow.
And I think that rock came and nothing happened, and now we're just all too fucking stupid to figure it out.
Well, one thing that's good to keep in mind is even if they were using slaves, according to the standard theory, they would have had to have been laying one stone every 1.9 minutes in order to accomplish it.
Whoa.
Yeah, I think it was high technology for sure.
well,
I think they were way above where we are today.
I think they just figured out some really cool shit. Now, like, we had Scotty Roberts on here a while ago, and I know some people may say one thing about Scotty or another, but, like, the man's fucking on with his shit. And, when it comes to the idea of slaves, there was no mention of slaves when it came to ancient Egypt. There were people who were part of the, like working class, upper class, but they weren't slaves. They had wages. They lived well. The idea of slaves, that's fucking
Good work
Hollywood.
is done by high-paid people, for
Exactly.
sure.
That's fucking, like, you can't get a king's chamber. And if you ever, like, anybody who's listening to the show right now, go search, I'm going to find this shit right now, but, like, there was one way that they have found, like, some French not archaeologist, but, like, actual architect discovered a way that they could have built the pyramid without water pumps, without fucking, like, any type of water levels, any of this other shit, without a ramp, and it was all based on, just very good ingenuity and proper engineering. And you cannot get a king's chamber you cannot slip a piece of paper in between any part of that stonework with fucking slaves. Because, if I'm a slave, I could tell you, anybody who's worked at McDonald's or like any of the fast food restaurants, I'm sorry, I haven't not had like okay, somebody who's worked at McDonald's, I haven't had a fucking Big Mac that was made right for a long fucking time. And they're making minimum wage.
Big Macs, man.
Minimum wage.
Yeah, but if you were making that Big Mac for the gods, like if you actually thought that you were making it, that your manager was a god on earth, that your man, and maybe
no man,
in that case.
I told my last boss to go fuck themselves. I'm just like, fucking fire me. They fucking like let me go. Like they went.
But what if he could just stare you into submission because he's such a fucking mystic, man. He just looks through your soul, Chris, and you're like,
I'll just keep
you're just crying like a bitch.
Wait, what?
I'm
wait, are you the
sorry,
Burger King
man.
manager? Wait, you're saying who was your? This was a Burger King manager that could stare into your soul.
Oh no! I'm just saying.
It's like the cat in fucking Breaking Bad, right?
Those days are over anyway. The other day I ordered my fucking A&W on an iPad.
Got his jock blown off, but
on an iPad. Holy fuck, that's high tech. You Edmund.
And then the lady was just sitting there to hand me my burger. Like there was no real communication. It was just kind of awkward. But once they can figure out a way to hand me that burger, she's fucking fired.
This is what we've devolved into. We are about to crack the code of the pyramids, and now we're down to like, God damn it, Burger King burgers aren't what they used to be. That's how bad our civilization has gotten. We can't even make a proper fucking burger anymore. That's been lost. That ancient.
And she's getting paid.
Oh man.
Well, Darren, I think you nailed it. Are you familiar with Dr. John Brandenburg? He's the scientist that found a radioactive isotope on Mars that so far can only be identified with a technologically made nuclear devices, and it's found in hot spots that would be consistent with aerial bursts. So that's not to say that there's not a natural form, but when I think of high technology back in those days, if we have nukes today, and if there's a nuke on Mars, then really anything is on the table for engineering and what they could have done.
This conversation, too, is so overrun with people with access to grind, and academia has such a weird, there's such a weird cross current to academia, and everybody at this watering hole has shown up from a different direction, and it's impossible to get a straight story. The more time you spend over there, there's a couple of really obvious things that nobody ever talks about. That one of them was that this thing may well have been there way the hell before the Egyptians. I don't know if you know any Egyptians or if you've spent time in Egypt, but I have trouble believing those are the people that I shouldn't be saying.
Jesus.
Wow.
It's not entirely
so racist.
Walk it back. Walk it back.
Oh, shut up.
So
We can't even
racist,
make a
man.
hamburger.
I'm kidding. I'm just saying that so that you don't get shit on by SJWs who somehow arrive at our neighborhood.
Has nothing to
But I agree
or a race. It has to do with people, and it has to do with the people at that time. That clearly, the chronology that we've been given through academia and through Orthodox television, you used to be able to put a much bigger bounding of debate on that conversation, and you had to take Zahi Hawass's word for everything. Okay, and as the internet come along,
oh Jesus Christ,
that fucking guy.
Yeah,
throwing a tantrum. He's in his 60s throwing a tantrum.
Because he has no fucking power. He's got friends but no power.
Bring him some hookers.
Jesus Christ.
Freaking out like that is not uncommon in Egypt.
Mushrooms.
That's sort of how they express themselves, a lot of
Is that right?
There's a lot of yelling.
Oh, it's great.
But anyway, there's the possibility that the reason why we can't explain why they did that with the technology back then was that it was done even before that. There's some really interesting stuff about geopolymers that a lot of people have trouble with, but the oldest recipe for cement in the world is Egyptian, and it appears as though something way, way before that was a kind of way of liquefying rock so that you could actually pour stones into place. Those little nipples that come out of the stone at random places in the Mayan ruins, and in the Valley Temple in Egypt, there's that same kind of super megalithic construction. And there's some really credible people, geologists and people who talk about early geopolymers. If you go there and you look at the ruins, a lot of these things that look like they're solid stone really have a very thin casing of really hard stone on them. And then it's a much cheaper, easier to work with stone on the inside. And the other thing regarding what we were talking about a minute ago, there's a third voice as to where this technology came from that kind of associates it with a much more taboo stream that English occultists and Potter, as long as people have been around, have talked about, this has become popularized again with the DMT movement, that there's disincarnate entities. They're entities that don't take up bodies, that when you do certain things to your head and give yourself Radiohead, if you've read Terence McKenna, there's lots of protocols about how to interact with non-physical things. And so if it's a Ouija board, if it's a DMT pipe, if it's, hanging by your breast muscles until you get that natural DMT drip, there's a lot of technology that before the Christian onslaught that crushed all opposing idea structures.
Yes.
A huge part of the ancient world was communing with these disincarnate entities, and frequently you would get ideas. I mean, I don't know how many artists. I know we have one graphic designer amongst us. To this day, a lot of artists will do that chemical Ouija board thing, a hit of LSD or a DMT pipe or something, and you encounter this frequency and possibly entities that, if you come up with genuine information from these states, the shamanic states, I guess is what I'm looking for.
Yes,
so
that's right.
That third possibility of the influence of shamanism may be one way to explain, because you don't need a calculator to do math. If you know how to liquefy stones, they were able to generate an amount of heat that no one could explain. The electroplating, the gold and silver electrum, you needed a massive amount of heat and electricity to generate that. And they have them on the obelisks. And so clearly there's evidence of at least being able to generate enough heat to be able to melt or liquefy stones. The obsidian sculptures in the Cairo Museum, there's no way to carve obsidian.
To imagine getting, I understand the psychedelic state, but to travel into that place, and I love your theory, by the way, it makes a lot of sense to me, but to travel into that place and connect with some kind of interdimensional entities, and then get instructions from them and bring that back into the world.
It's very Contact, isn't it? Remember that Jodie Foster movie, Contact? It's that story, basically.
It was amazing. I saw it in like a drive-through, and that was about all I'm going to say about that.
I think of it more of a Matthew McConaughey movie. Just kidding.
Yeah, but that is an interesting. Interesting idea that this is the way.
And also, a huge part of the reason for a lot of the weird secrecy, most of what we know about Egypt came from Victorian English people that were quite dismissive of the Egyptians and very, hugely racist and hugely dismissive of everyone but themselves. But huge occultists, the Golden Dawn, and there were some people, McGregor Mathers and the guy that did the tarot, A.E. Waite, and these guys were Egyptologists, but they were also I don't know actual members of the Golden Dawn, but there was a lot of fraternal societies of very Golden Dawn-esque nature. And these people, there's correspondences between them that come to light that in symbolism of Egypt that corresponds to tarot symbolism, they would intentionally mix things up because there's certain secrets that you're sworn to uphold if you're in some, fraternal societies. So if you have a dual responsibility that you're in a secret society and you've obliged yourself not to talk about certain things, and your day job is you're an Egyptologist and the stuff you're digging up from Egypt is classic, magical operation. Wow. You're going to have a conflict of interest. And part of the reason we all have this weird cognitive dissonance is that we grew up believing something that is just absolutely not true. And every one of us, especially artists for some reason, you can just look and it expresses a level of consciousness that does not correspond to what we are told about the history. So it has to be one of these alternate things. And it might just be good old-fashioned human ingenuity over a much longer period of time. John West's whole thing is there was this previous, and Graham and everybody really, Robert Bauval, there was this whole previous chapter to human history that Orthodox academia isn't acknowledging. And good old-fashioned human beings, look what we've done since Henry Ford. So if we had 10,000 years to develop stuff, there's nothing in Egypt that we couldn't do in 5,000 years. And they might have had 100,000 years if all of Plato and Herodotus and all those people that they weren't joking. It wasn't an allegory when they talked about these pre-chapters of humanity. And these are the ruins. In Australia, there's a huge thing about there's certain places where you can't acknowledge pre-existing civilizations because the Queen has some tenuous ownership over Australia that won't hold up to questioning. So there's a huge...
That's all it takes.
Yeah, it's weird. And all of a sudden, I've got a lot of really good friends here that can't... They're not even, entertainment types. They're professors and doctors, and they can't finish their work because their work leads them to all of the different cultures, including Egypt, the East Australia, and mine for gold and stuff.
Well, there is proof on the western coast of Australia that Egypt has actually been there, and I know that it's within like the last 3,000 to 4,000 years or so that a expedition was, stranded on the western coast. They left hieroglyphics, and they essentially said that, like, we're here, this is our story, this is the king we were serving, and people are saying, like, oh, these hieroglyphics could not exist, it has to be a fucking hoax. I'm sorry, we've proven the boats can fucking survive the goddamn ocean. They could have gotten there. If a plane could fly, apparently have been blown up, whether it's through extraterrestrial or through extra-governmental forces, and its parts could be found on either part of, whether it's the Malaysian, the Indian, the Madagascaran, the South African, or the Australian coast. There is a part that an ocean-faring fucking vessel could make it from through the Red Sea to the Indian Ocean, out to the Western Australian coast. It may take a while, but it could get there. And anybody who says it's not possible is bullshit.
It's the trade winds. Thor Heyerdahl proved it was possible. Thor Heyerdahl made a boat out of reeds in the old way, according to these old recipes, and he got on the trade winds and he sailed to Easter Island, and he sailed. So it's been proven. It's just academia doesn't, for whatever reason, and there's lots of reasons. There is some obstruction in us learning the truth about that, and so. King Tut, there's some gold in King Tut's face mask that came from Australia. There's in one of his, that real beautiful green emerald looking thing on one of his sarcophagus is a Egyptian opal. So it's very provable. By the way, that's why I'm here. I'm here doing that story. It's a really contentious story, but that's where I am, where all those ruins are. So it was a couple of brothers who were the sons of the pharaoh, who came here, and there's a whole backstory that we can talk about at some other point, but they came here, they got shipwrecked. One of them got bit by a snake when they got here, and so they didn't really have the proper people, but they had to do the whole preparation. It's very important to them what you do to somebody who's just died. And so and the kind of authenticating thing is that the language is pre-dynastic, which is impossible to fake, and it's accurate. So who is going to, and so academia comes out of the woodwork here to destroy anybody who tries to take that seriously. And so it's a sticky story. It's a weird story, but clearly it does seem like it happened. And
well,
the reason
why do they want to, why this has always been confusing to me. Why don't they accept it? Why do they get so angry?
Because they make money off the books that they write for the students who take their classes. And it's a matter
there's a lot of answers.
It's a matter of that, oh shit, there's some new information. Fuck, that's a lot of three years worth of work. I got to fucking put into a new book, and my entire theory that I base my entire career off of is completely useless. Ego
what
is
about
the
if you're
one
a
killer
school
knowledge.
and you have to, what if you had to republish every history book in the world? What if you had to republish every, it's a natural principle of physics, entropy and resistance to change, and if an object in motion wants to and at rest wants to stay at rest. So good old-fashioned human inertia and gatekeeping. I don't know how many academics or professors you know, but if you try and say something against some professor's life's work, even if he knows it's wrong, he's not going to let you finish your sentence. And so it's so bound up in human egos and nonsense. Right. But there does seem to be something else taboo, like the presence of an occult voice or the presence of aliens. I really am not inclined to think aliens did this, but at the same time, I haven't really seen anything that absolutely proves it wasn't aliens, and it would sure make a lot of pieces fit together. Since we're talking about this, by the way, I've just posted something. It's one of the promos for the new show, but I've literally animated a series of what-if scenarios that are just bizarre and inspired by LSD, beautiful LSD here in Australia. Anyway, and that's, I just posted it on this thing. I don't know if you can see it yet, but it's a little, I don't know if you want to play it or watch it later, but it addresses this specific thing. What is that unexplainable thing that nobody's talking about that was this sudden spike in technology? We went from nothing, living in shit and eating one another, to bicameral legislature. The idea of ownership didn't exist, and then all of a sudden property ownership, slaves, labeling your wine. The thing that got me was they went from nothing to bicameral legislature. Like all of a sudden government had this fully formed structure. Language, there's no developmental period for language. Acupuncture, how the fuck do you know how to acupuncture somebody through trial and error? There's just no way. And so one of John's things that really got me going, sorry to talk so much, but John said this thing.
You gotta send me that link. I've got people in the YouTube chat who actually want that link. So send me that link so I can send it out to people because they want to watch it.
Oh, it rocks. There's a whole series, and there's one I did about levitating stones, oddly enough, since we were just talking about that. Our chat on the it's right there. I'll send you the proper link. So
I'd like to watch. How long is that video there? It says
anyway,
Our
so
GMO.
That's it. That's the one. It's about 3 minutes.
I'd be down to screen it. I mean, but I'm not running the show, so I don't want to be.
Oh.
Like,
well, if you want, it's there, and it's really cool. It's about 4 minutes long. It's a great little animated short that I did if we do a theatrical release, it'll be like an animated short.
Believe it or not, Vanese sent me the link through Facebook, and I actually streamed it on the show about 10 minutes ago.
Oh, you're
I
on
was
it.
talking.
All right.
I'm just like, oh, check this out. And I throw it up on the screen. I'm like, oh, everyone, go for it. So
the objective here was we're in the phase of our promotional machine where we're just trying to go viral. So I thought, what's the most contentious subject about ancient Egypt? And this, I think, if you watch it all the way to the end, there's kind of a weird surprise at the end. And it wasn't done to live up to some academic ideal as much as to be sensational and weird. And I think it does that. You can get back to me after you watch it.
Now, speaking of getting back to the show, I know we pressed pause. Can we continue the show?
Oh,
sure.
Didn't we get smarter when they crossbred the monkey and the pig?
Yeah.
Oh,
did.
And more delicious.
Get Gordon back on here. I'm trying to get a hold of him through Twitter for the last 6 months. He's like, oh, I'm in Australia. I can't understand what you're saying because you're cold. I'm like, you motherfucker.
But, I was going to share with you guys while you were mentioning acupuncture. I had a really interesting experience, just my own, obviously subjective experience in, a high-level psilocybin state where I could see the acupuncture points all throughout my body, or what I
wow.
points. And I could see that they were the constellations.
Wow.
And it was just really, wild experience. It was really, something that stuck with me. And I mean, it was exactly that. Not that I know the constellations in my day-to-day life, but I mean, except for a few. But so what was interesting, though, was when I was in Egypt in the Valley of the Kings, and you go down underground into some of these, tunnels they have down there. They have images of the pharaohs and the gods with the constellations on their bodies.
Yeah.
Oh,
wow.
wow.
And they look just like the acupuncture points. And when I saw it, I was like, that's exactly like what I experienced. And it was just something, from my own subjective experience, that was a fascinating connection that I did see there. And when you're bringing up the idea of people tapping into this on a higher level, particularly when you're incorporating, obviously, Jeremy Narby, wrote The Cosmic Serpent, he mentioned in the Amazon, the shaman don't even have a word for taking the ayahuasca without singing. It's one and the same thing.
Wow.
You sing when you do it. And from my own personal experience, that's exactly what I've discovered. And the whole process of being able to decrypt, I don't remember who it was that said it, but it rang true to me that the pyramid is a song. Even in our work on vortex-based mathematics, we had a professor from the University of Hawaii who decrypted how to use these math codes to sort of show the harmonics of the stones of the pyramid. And it's a really fascinating work. It's kind of, within my own genre of work, and some of it even goes over my head. But I have no doubt, after experiencing it from inside and having that time alone in there, that it's absolutely a resonance chamber, perhaps a power plant of some sort, or perhaps just a consciousness amplifier. And I think particularly if you combine it with the use of those plants, the acacia trees, whatever, that it's known, the psilocybin's all over Sinai. I mean,
and the blue lotus.
Yeah, but the blue lotus probably isn't quite as powerful as the acacia.
But they were a civilization who was there for thousands of years in, a pretty extreme climate, probably even at that time. So they would know all the plants. There's nothing that's going to be outside their knowledge, because that's all they did.
I'm actually going to say their extractions were probably quite powerful.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah. Definitely. They definitely must have been incredibly powerful.
Right.
I mean, come on. This is the whole pharmacopoeia of the ancients is talk about something that's completely lost. We'll never ever know. Who knows? They could have had some missing ingredient that we're not even aware of. It could just be that DMT or the LSD or any of these chemicals are rudimentary, that they barely are allowing us to access this operating system that's hidden inside of us. And potentially once you access it, figuring out how to liquefy stone and build pyramids doesn't seem so astounding anymore, which is, by the way, I think this is such a, it's a little dismal, to think that like we are just the survivors of this incredible civilization, barely, even with the highest tech stuff that we have, we still will never approximate whatever these people are doing, only because we have this technology without the myth behind it, without the connection to the transcendent.
There's a huge idea that we're exploring in the new show that it's another thing that really artists understand. It came into fashion, then went out of fashion, and it's come back in now in a more legitimate way. The idea that your left and right hemispheres of your brain completely function differently. And it's not like in the 70s where the right brain does this and the left brain does this. The hemispheres are involved in everything, but the way they approach things are fundamentally different. Your left hemisphere is hierarchical, and it's all about lists and language. And your right hemisphere is non-hierarchical. It's all associative. And it doesn't participate in time, like stoners and artists never show up to work on time. Nobody cares about hierarchy. It's the reason why stoners make terrible employees. And so in Egypt, you can see by the way they communicated, it was an entirely right brain culture, or comparatively, we've had our right brain put to sleep because there's just not a lot of call unless you're a creative or a comic or something. Right. Very few people in American in modern society ever get to use these creative muscles or use their right brain. And there's just this culture-wide atrophy where the value of symbolism, the ability to participate with people without words, the ability to show up and not impose a hierarchy or a pecking order. These things aren't natural to us anymore. But if you look at Egypt, you see a culture that at least had the right brain intact. And the thing that we're exploring in the new show, which is basically the premise of alchemy and occultism and Chinese Taoism, is that you have these opposite polarities. You have masculine, male and female, positive and negative polarities in the body. That is what Tantra is all about. But then you have this aesthetic and hierarchical polarity in the brain too. And the union of those two opposites creates this third type of consciousness, this emergent property that they used to call the philosopher's stone. Every type of occultism, every type of Eastern, and I think that's why the Western world was reintroduced to that, and we would have never known it had we only had religion to tell us about metaphysics. But it was the hallucinogenic experience that reintroduced us to this third type of consciousness that isn't left hemisphere or right hemisphere, and that's what the object of occultism and alchemy was all about.
May I ask you a question? This is something that I think you can definitely clarify for me. Is there any truth that the Catholic Mass is based on Egyptian rituals?
Fucking 100% yes. 100%
all
yes.
Through,
100%.
All through
oh God, yes.
Christianity. Yeah, it's just riddled. And in a really disingenuous way, when you have a kid and you buy a car and it's that Fisher-Price toy where it has a little steering wheel and a little, gear shift and a little fake radio, and it has all the accoutrements, and you're under the illusion that you're driving this car. Very much of modern religion is this kind of placebo where you have these dials and they don't do anything. And if you really understand operative versus speculative, if you understand doing something versus studying it, the difference between watching Bruce Lee or taking a karate class, or the difference between going to an orchestra versus learning the violin yourself, there's a participatory nature to what the paradigm was before Christianity, and we kind of get this weird echo of it that we call occultism or esotericism, but it was it was just science back then. It was just this way of healthy living that if you aren't suppressed by these social structures. By the way, the walls around those old towns, speaking of slavery, those walls weren't there to keep people out. That was teaching people to be domesticated. Those old Mesopotamian, those first civilizations. Wow. Robert Lawler just lived with me, just stayed here for the last couple of months, who, Robert translated that book, The Temple and Man, the big fat Schwaller book.
Yes.
And so I had Robert Lawler.
110 pages or so,
Oh,
right?
my God. I got halfway through, fell asleep because it was so
that's a tough book.
So deep. Oh, my God.
It's
Temple and Man,
and
fucking read it, people.
the reason you get so tired reading that book is your brain is building synaptic pathways so fast that I've never read anything that you have so many associations, and your poor brain is like, oh my God, that's a connection. That's a connection.
What's the name of this book?
Temple in Man.
Temple in Man.
Well, check it out.
And that's Schwaller, right?
It's Schwaller de Lubitsch. Yes. Yes.
I'm just going to text you. I can actually send you the book. One second here, Duncan. Shit.
Oh, thank you.
It's a good book. Oh, Duncan, you know how in church everyone says amen?
Yes.
You know, at the end of a prayer, everyone says amen?
Yes.
That's one of the most prominent ones. But Christianity is riddled with Egyptian magic.
Whoa. That is so trippy. I mean, also the amen is sort of the om, isn't it? It's the sound, but wow, that is nuts to think. And I agree with you. I think with, I don't agree with you completely. I think in some, I don't know when the last time you went to a mass was, but my friend who is a Christian took me to church, and there's the transubstantiation. It's the communion wafer is transformed in the flesh of Christ, and at this particular church, there was like it's a big church. There's different places where people are giving the communion wafer, the post transubstantiated communion wafer, which is now the flesh of Jesus. Right. And I went to get the wafer, and the woman is saying, "This is my blood. This is my body. Eat this in remembrance of me." And I was looking in her eyes, and she believed that was the flesh of God. Like, this was not a toy car. This woman had tuned into that particular archetype and was emanating the kind of beautiful combination of heartbreak and like redemption that like the authentic Christians are constantly heartbroken. They're always heartbroken because of the, you know what I mean? Because it's so tragic what happened, and they're not living
because
in
of the
time.
Unpleasantness.
Yeah, they're not in time. It's like I don't know if you've seen there's the tomb of Christ that they just renovated or something. Renovated. They like they added
it has
they
Wi-Fi
put in
now?
a new kitchenette, and they put in like a really nice bathtub. The fucking whole bathtub in there was shit.
More closets. Yeah,
it's horrible. But some more closet space, some great tiling. But they you could see the people who watch this tomb gazing in as they lifted up they lifted up the mausoleums. They could look in. These people, on their face, it is the same heartbreak of a person whose friend just died in a car accident. And you realize, they're so absorbed in the myth that they're no longer in time. But I do clearly there are many, many religions that have not hit that level of intensity, have not dissolved into the mythology, but not all of them. And I think the missing component, clearly the missing component is cannabis, is some kind of psychedelic. One of my favorite things to do, though I haven't done it in some time, is to eat some edible marijuana and go to a mass, go to some.
Oh my God! Have you watched like the last couple of Joe Rogan specials? Like, no, don't do that. Edibles bad. And Diablo. Oh my God.
Hey, my favorite story about mass is Terence McKenna wrote quite a lot, and John Allegro before this. When you go to church and you eat something that's supposed to give you a religious experience, that's a hollow echo of when a different kind of religion that was much more participatory, where the flesh of God was a mushroom. You showed up, that's a Terence McKenna, classic Terence McKenna. That, to me, explains where that sacrament of the Christ comes from, and that early Christianity was so keen to subjugate and to take over that they would adopt little flavors of the local things and then incorporate them into ritual to there's a highly contentious thing, but rather than me trying to act like I'm an expert in this, John Allegro and Terence McKenna both, if you read about the magic mushroom as the original thing, that's about as cool as theology gets.
Well, I'll tell you, I had an anthropology professor in college who was studying one of these mushroom cults in Mexico, and I can't remember the name of them, but these missionaries came in, and on their Bibles, nobody was touching their Bibles. They were trying to give them away. No one would touch them. And they couldn't figure out why until they realized that they had the translation that they had put on the Bible, which was supposed to be the Word of God, was the same name these people used for mushrooms. And before they ate mushrooms, they wouldn't have sex, they couldn't drink, so they didn't want to touch the Bibles without going through a purification ritual first.
Wow.
Okay, and I'm just going to call it one person here. Pork roll egg cheese. You called me out on your YouTube chat. By the way, yes, I'm communicating via Notepad because it's actually easier to communicate with you guys via that because I'm on the YouTube. And by the way, go fuck yourself. Continue on.
Wait, what did he say? What happened?
Something along the lines of, I've got a big ego with 63 people in chat. I'm like, man, we got a fucking tight-knit community. I don't fucking care. Like, don't fucking, like, ruin the vibe. Like, that's the whole
Bro
thing.
hugs. Bro hugs.
Bro hugs.
Do some DMT breathing. Do some DMT breathing, man. Hug it out.
Oh, my God. Yeah, don't even look at it. You'd better to look into the Ark of the Covenant than stare at a live chat on YouTube. Are you out of your mind, man? You'll burn your
I'm sorry.
brain that
My
way.
wife married pure fucking Croatian. I will take my shirt off now.
Well, I think, one thing is that
okay,
one thing, in getting to like what Randall does, and I guess the Rands, Randall and myself, Randy, is that coming at it from our own perspectives. Out of these experiences, certainly for me, speaking for myself, out of these experiences, there seems to be a mathematical type of knowledge that emanates from that connection. And certainly everything that I saw in Egypt as well, it's encrypted mathematics everywhere. Everything is mathematical. I mean, and I think that's how they were actually able to tap into understanding the distances and the alignments and all, because everything that they did, mathematics is worship to them.
Well, this is something I read, and God knows, again, many of you guys who we're sharing this conversation with you're brilliant, and I'm not so brilliant. So I read these things and I try to absorb what I can. So the idea was an alien, an advanced intelligence, an advanced race would get to the point where they would actually evolve into into math. They would transform into laws of physics, and that when we come in contact with math, that is the alien. That math is a higher intelligence meeting us and saying hello. So then the pyramid truly does become the house of the gods, not because gods live inside of it, but because the mathematical principles that are encoded within it are the gods.
Absolutely, and you can model it. I mean, that's what I even claim that you can mathematically model spirit, which is even more far out, which is intersection points with this geometry. In other words, geometry is resonance, is sound. Sound creates geometry, vibration, and motion, which is physics, which is the study of matter and motion. So study of matter and motion is physics traditionally. And the only other thing you have in physics other than matter, which is totally unexplained, mass, what it even is, how it's created. I mean, they're going for the Higgs boson, whatever, but we all know it's all BS. And at the end of the day, they're left with, sort of an infinite regress that they can't overcome. And it's because the only other thing that you really encounter in science is a field. What they talk about fields, quantum fields, different types of fields. Some sort of a non-local phenomena. And that is spirit. But spirit has a mathematical quality, and that's what the Egyptians understood. By creating these geometries, essentially everything is an amplifier. The human body is a coil, it's an amplifier, and it's all geometrically designed to harness sound, energy, power. vibration.
Yeah.
And I'm convinced that that's the higher consciousness that they were tapping into, because frankly, I don't know everybody else's different experience, but if you go far enough, or if you go all the way, because I believe there's a certain point where your brain is just 100% filled up, you're all the way in there. Obviously, we all know at the end, we are God. We are the one. We are everything.
Yeah.
So the point is, we need no alien intelligence. And certainly with a culture that wasn't restricted, that was openly engaged, perhaps on massive levels with many, many people in creating sound resonance, being completely committed to those type of practices, who knows what could be achieved.
Wow. I love it. It's so cool. That's so cool. Very quickly, what you're talking about there is what we're attempting to do now. Like, you're saying that they had created a method through which to transmit the energy of spirit, and that's what we're trying to do with AI. And we are trying to replicate that feat of bringing spirit into inorganic form, and perhaps they were successful at it. That's a very mind-blowing point you just made. Excuse me. Sorry to interject.
That was awesome. Graphic designers and visual artists come at this, and the reason a lot of artists are drawn to Egypt is their use of sacred geometry, like the Fibonacci spiral, the Fibonacci proportions, and the golden section. Those are the tent poles of architecture and of visual art, because they create this visual beauty if you can incorporate this geometry. What I didn't realize was that the same geometric proportions that are pleasant in a visual composition translate directly to proportions of frequency and sound. So you only get two things into your brain, and nothing goes directly into your brain, by the way. It all goes through this filter, but you only get sound and light. So the proportions of frequencies that you get in sound that are pleasant, like if you do a 1-3-5 on a piano, that's pleasant. If you do a 1-4-7, that sounds awful. Yeah. And it requires a consciousness to participate in that. Like, what part of you is it that feels good with good music, or that cringes? It's a weird consciousness exercise all by itself. And so I didn't know, like, my whole life, it was like a superpower for a graphic designer. If you understand the golden section, and you understand the Fibonacci proportions, that's amazing. I didn't realize that those same proportions work for music, and those are the proportions of beauty. So Egypt didn't use math for math's sake, but they use the math that's generated from the sacred geometry. And I think not a secret of Freemasonry, but something that not enough people talk about, that square and compass and their reverence for geometry. And one of the common memes about Masonry is that G in the Masonic logo, part of it stands for geometry, and the G itself is kind of like a Fibonacci spiral. And so those, if you try and schematize, I think someone just said that word schematize a while back, if you try and schematize consciousness and you use these tools from sacred geometry, you can actually do a really good job of schematizing consciousness. And that's what that old sacred art was about.
I think what you said hits it exactly on the point. What I see, my whole theory with physics and how they did it is that sound and light are actually they have an inverse relationship. That is that ultimately that positive negative balance.
Wow.
And this is how it works.
That's huge.
If I ask, for instance, what is the fastest thing traveling throughout the universe?
It's light.
It's light, right? Traveling through the vacuum of space. But that's
Jean-Luc fucking
correct.
Picard.
I
That's
claim
the fastest.
That's right.
So I set you up.
Make it so.
Sorry.
Number one.
But actually, so the theory is, okay, so what happens is light traveling through the vacuum of space is thought to be the fastest thing traveling, but light slows down within a medium. So when light is within the atmosphere, it's traveling more slowly. Eventually, it's penetrating the ground as heat, but it slows down, spreads out, and it gets weaker, right? Sound is the exact opposite. It supposedly doesn't propagate at all in a vacuum, assuming there is such a thing ultimately. But sound doesn't propagate in a vacuum, and sound, it's well known, travels faster the denser the medium because it's vibrating. Everything's packed closer together, so you can pass sound through the earth much faster than through the atmosphere, for instance. So when you think about a black hole, which is this ultimately or something like that, a very dense piece of matter. And this is what I claim. If there is such a thing as a black hole where the matter is so dense that the escape velocity of light can't escape it, so all the light is trapped within, being sucked within it, that the sound penetrating that density of matter actually transcends the speed of light. And that is, if you will, like the word of God. It's creating the geometric array of everything in the universe.
Wow.
Damn. Well,
okay.
If you guys will excuse me, I only had I didn't know that this was going to be such an insanely amazing conversation. I have to go, you guys, but that you're leaving me on I'm going to just go lay in bed and curl up into the fetal position and weep. I ate an edible before I did it. So you guys excuse me.
well, Duncan,
I love you. That was awesome.
Well, Duncan, here's the thing. I have to have you on the show at some point in April, probably for my birthday, because it's April 15th, so I'll have it on the 14th.
Cool.
Depending on when you are, because you're fucking awesome. I wish you'd be on longer.
Yeah, anytime you want, just let me know. I'm always around, so just let me know. We have Skype. I'd love to do it again. Thank you so much for having me.
My pleasure. You are a gent and a classy fellow, and dear God, thank you for spending the time.
Thank you for having me. What an honor to be on this wonderful show, and I'm so happy that you guys are doing this amazing work. In any way that I can help, just let me know. Thanks, you guys have all blown my mind.
The only help could be spread the word to raise money for John Anthony West. Straight
That's right.
up.
It's all about John.
I'll be tweeting. Okay, I'll see you guys.
Thanks, Duncan.
Appreciate
Later,
it.
Duncan.
I've got a question for Randall if he's still with us.
Yes, I'm listening to everything that's being said here. I'm taking notes. I'm taking a lot of notes here.
Well, Randall, I mean, a minute ago, one of the gentlemen was talking about, being on mushrooms and seeing the meridian points on his body. And one of the things that I take away from your work is the idea that these monuments, these edifices, were built also on sacred points on the planet, as if those are the meridian points of the planet as well. And if geometry and math is kind of their highest expression of godliness, I still want to know, how did they build these things? I mean, how do you think they physically did it? I think I get it on a conceptual level, but how did they mechanically do it in your opinion?
Pulleys, simple machines, and the ability to move large blocks with pulleys. Like, honestly, came down to simple machines. Dividing weight up between certain amounts of divisions of pulleys. That's the only way.
What does Randall think?
Well, taking the path of least resistance are always going to, the scientifically preferred explanation is the simplest one. And up to a point, pulleys would probably be the way to go. I mean, there are low-tech ways of moving pretty heavy loads. And but once you get up past 2 or 3 tons, you're getting into, like now, of course, at this point, we would use, technological devices. We wouldn't do it by hand, but my grandfather could certainly move loads of up to 1,000 pounds and regularly did it by hand when they would load and unload trucks at the building site or whatever the case would be, or if they're moving a beam into place. There are ways you can do that. When you get up to, several tons, 10 tons, 20 tons, 30 tons, that's when it becomes, to me, really implausible that they were just using essentially extensions of their hands. But
I hear you.
It's, and when you get up to 100 and 200 and 300 tons, which seem to be just a day's work for these guys, I'm totally convinced that they had to be using some technological means that were not quite, that we don't know. Because
if you were to make a guess, do you think that would be a sound technology, or what do you think it would be?
That certainly sounds like a fruitful area of research. And I've seen a few things over the years that might suggest that sound is involved. Certainly, I would think that one might look in a lot of the rituals, again, in the Masonic rituals, there may be specific information encoded in there about the specific technologies used. The big stones pretty much seem to be, when we get back into the Paleolithic, they were moving big stones right down into the end of the Neolithic. And then the stones began to get smaller as we become towards modern times.
Right.
But the system was pretty much the same in the sense of how these structures were laid out. And in every case, it's astronomical. That is one of the unifying features of all of these complexes of ancient sacred architecture built around the planet is the presence of astronomy and the presence of geometry. And we find this consistently over and over again.
Brother Randall, one thing before we continue, and the one thing that I've actually been hearing in the chat nonstop since we started for the last 2 weeks, when is your book coming out? Because everyone wants to know. Oh my God, there's such fervor around it. It is amazing.
It's happening. We're going to be putting up a extensive article that I've just written on the carbon cycle that'll be going online pretty soon. But that's not actually the substance of the book itself. The substance of the book itself, I'm hoping to have it done by this summer. Because I've gotten into a regular writing routine now that, I've gotten my business to a point where, I got really sidetracked during the recession because the business really took a big toll because the calls weren't coming in like they had been for 15 years. So I got distracted, and now I've kind of got things back on a footing again, and I've got my time organized much better, and I'm doing it as a regular routine. So I think at the rate I'm going, it should be ready about this summer. But anyways, okay,
Randall,
go ahead. Yeah.
Well, and not to sidetrack too much, but at some point, and it was probably not tonight, but at some point, I would love to hear your thought, because you hinted at it one time on someone's show, and I don't remember who it was, but you had some thoughts on the extraterrestrial hypothesis, and you had mentioned at that time that it was not what people thought. So at some point, I hope that you, and you're a busy guy, I totally get it, but at some point, I hope you do tell us what that is, because I'm dying to hear it.
Well, yeah, I'm dying to get to tell it. But see, the thing is that it's kind of like they've identified themselves in multiple ways. It's just we have to read the symbolism that they expressed it. And the symbolism, again, it's uniform all over the planet in a sense. Once you realize that, the consistency of these images. We were talking earlier about, or you guys were talking earlier about the connection between Christianity and Egyptian mystery traditions, and clearly one of the core tenets of both of those is the idea of death and resurrection, because the whole Egyptian mythos is built around this idea of the death and resurrection of Osiris. The death of the king. I mean, and then it has its echoes, for example, in Greek mythology with the death and resurrection of Orpheus. All of these god kings that go through these symbolic deaths. In Freemasonry, it's the master builder who goes through a death and resurrection. And interestingly, in the Masonic symbolism, if you you look at the Masonic carpets and some of the imagery that's in the Masonic manuscripts and so on, you always see the coffin, which is a symbol of the master builder's corpse. But next to the coffin, you see the acacia plant growing. And the acacia plant is the source of the DMT. So part of this is that, yes, there's a spiritual and psychological rebirth, death, and resurrection that takes place in your consciousness that can be catalyzed by the use of the sacrament, the substance, whether, it's from whatever source it's derived. But then there's also the parallel, the correlate to that, which is the death and resurrection of civilization. And then there's the higher correlate of that, which is the death and resurrection of the biosphere. And they're all, in effect, echoes of each other on various levels. And with the death and resurrection of the biosphere, see, this is the thing, the context I think we have to have in order to understand this whole phenomenon and the whole question of ancient civilizations.
And that's the part I didn't see coming exactly.
Yeah, this is the thing. This is it. We have to realize that on a fairly regular cyclical basis, the balance of nature is, over a very short period of time, completely rearranged. And human societies, if they are not prepared to adapt to those periods of those discontinuous periods, those periods of compressed and accelerated change, they will basically go extinct just like species do. And that's what we're in effect seeing, just like the fossil record shows us the extinction of its species as a result of these cyclical events through the history of this planet. The new model of human history recognizes that, yes, this extinction phenomena is part of the whole history of the human species on this planet and the cultures and societies and civilizations that we have built, and that those civilizations, certainly now we can plausibly theorize that those civilizations may have gone back 100 or 200,000 years or 250,000 years, because we can understand now that every 5,000 or 6,000 years this planet gets its ass kicked, and for maybe a few years, a few decades. In the case of the end of the Pleistocene to Holocene transition, we're talking about a period of about 2,000 years where life on Earth was an extremely unpleasant time to be living on Earth, roughly between 11,600 and 13,000 years ago. Once we understand the scale and the extent to which the planet was rearranged, the order of nature was rearranged, we can then begin to appreciate, well, okay, now we get it. Now we can understand why whatever may have been going on, whatever kind of a civilization humankind had been able to create on this planet 20 or 30 or 40,000 years ago, the events of 11 to 12 to 13,000 years ago essentially would have erased about 90% of that. The remaining 10% would have pretty much disappeared for the most part under the vagaries of time that have ensued in the interim since then. But there's still enough of the pieces left that we can begin by connecting the dots and realize that what we're seeing here is that after this event of 13,000 years ago, the planet went through a whole period of aftershocks. These aftershocks, interestingly, the demise of these aftershocks pretty much coincided with the rise of civilization in the Fertile Crescent, 4,000 to 5,000 years ago. And this is when finally the planet began to stabilize enough that human beings could begin to actually recreate civilization. And I think that's what we're seeing 5,000 years ago, is the recreation of civilization. The attempt was to build it on the old model, and that the pattern, the blueprint of the old model had been preserved by some means or another, and this is what they were working from. And when you realize that the planet is subjected to these transitions, these concentrated periods of transition, these discontinuous events, then you realize that, okay, if one were to happen like this today, if an event, say, similar to the Younger Dryas transition of 13,000 years ago happened today, basically within a century or two, we're gone. Our history, our civilization is for the most part gone. Certainly within a millennium or two, the remains of it are going to be very sparse. 10,000 years down the road, boom. Very little of it is going to be left.
Now
if we're faced, okay, go ahead.
What about the recent news that I'm laughing at this because it's so ridiculous. There are certain scientists who want to get together and put like about 100,000 pumps together in the Arctic to refreeze the Arctic. And I'm like, okay, that's ridiculous.
I don't think we're going to need to worry about that. I think that's actually like the least of our worries. But
Randall, let me comment on something, because you just blew my mind a little while ago. Because even though you were on my show and we talked about these things, and listen, I was in a college fraternity, but that's as far as I've been into these types of things. But I would venture a guess that most rituals have at their heart this death and resurrection type ideal. And it was only tonight with what you just said that when you said this is on a planetary level, not just a personal or spiritual level, I'm like, wow, okay.
Now, I have a question for you, Randall. You talked about these symbols being kind of embedded in everything. Aside from being a warning, is there any information that we can extract from it that would be useful today in trying to prevent a future calamity?
Oh, yeah, I would think that would have to be part of it. I mean, I would think that the body of insight or information or knowledge would be incomplete without something about that. I mean, the idea to me, it's becomes down to our ability to adapt, our ability to recognize that we are part of an ecosystem that really goes much beyond this planet. That's a big part of it. we are not limited to a merely terrestrial ecosystem. We now realize that the entire biosphere is subjected to these incursions, these exogenically sourced incursions. And this is also a huge part of what these ancient cultures were about, because, again, consistently, we find this element of astronomy. We find the effort to duplicate the heavens on the earth. And I think there could have been multiple reasons for that. For one thing, if you're going to have a predictive ability, when you, for example, today, if an astronomer is going to predict the motion of a comet, they have to have what are called the elements. There are 5 elements that are necessary in order to derive the motion of any celestial object, because all celestial objects are in motion, right? But generally, what interested our ancestors was the anomalous motion against the normal backdrop, the normal rhythmical predictive backdrop of the heavens. There would be these events that were outside of this normal predictive matrix, in which the days and the years and the seasons unfolding. What they did was they laid down a map of the heavens on the earth. By means of that map, they were able to determine the plane of the ecliptic, which is exactly the first thing that an astronomer does if they're going to create a celestial map to mark the passage of a celestial object. The first thing you have to have is the plane of the ecliptic defined.
Is that capable of being done without optics, like just by visual?
By eye. You can do it by eye, by tracking the positions of the sun through the seasons and marking out the 2 solstices and the equinoxes. So that first point of Aries, which is the equinox, is essentially the foundation line. It's the line like when the master builder went out and stretched the line on the building site, they would establish the foundation line that was the master reference line for everything that was going to follow in the building of this temple. This is what they would do. They would go out but this line was not arbitrary. It was astronomically determined. So once you defined your axis and you defined the celestial point of interest and of reference, that's how you determine your line. Now, from there, you can now calculate the ascending and descending nodes of any object that is moving anomalous to the plane of the ecliptic. Once you've got the ascending and descending nodes, you can then figure out the perihelion and the aphelion, which defines the plane of any orbiting object that is not in the plane of the ecliptic. And that essentially gives you the context for predicting celestial motion. Now, so what's interesting is the same pattern, the same matrix of lines and reference points that the modern astronomer uses to predict celestial motion are the lines that are defined through these grand schemes of architecture that spread over the landscape.
Now, Randall, first of all, I know Chance has to go back to work, and second of all, I really have to hook you up with John Michael Greer. He's also a brother, and he's done very similar work, parallel to yours, not within the same sphere, but again, more of a compendium, which everything you've said is just absolutely fantastic, and all the work I've read over the last little while is just blowing my mind right now. But Chance, if you're there right now, did you want to sign off?
Yeah, by the way, I love John Michael Greer. He's a real good friend of mine. Isn't he awesome?
Oh my God, he's one of my favorite episodes. Oh shit, we went so deep. It was amazing.
He's amazing. He's an odd fellow and a Mason. He took Latin. He's got years of Latin under his belt just so he can study those old grimoires and stuff. He's awesome.
Now, who's this?
John Michael Greer.
Okay.
Randall, I'll send you the link in the book.
Yeah, please do.
Oh, fuck yes, I will. Holy shit.
Can I make one final connection here with some of the earlier conversation that I think would be very important?
Oh, not a problem.
I was pointing out that these structures are built along astronomical lines. So that means that if you're following the motion of the sun or the moon or a planet, but usually the sun or the moon, those lines, those objects as they're moving overhead would trace lines on the surface of the earth. Where they would set on the horizon would then give you a landmark, so that if you're moving over the landscape, you're traveling on a pilgrimage, let's say, and you're going to the next sacred site, what is ultimately guiding you is the positions of the heavenly bodies. And when they set on the horizon, those points where they set on the horizon, if you're making your pilgrimage at the auspicious time within the cycle, then you know that now gives you your vector, your trajectory that you're going for. Now, here's the other part, is that the sites themselves are not randomly placed on the landscape. They are sited according to the underlying geology. So there's an as above and an as so below, because, for example, one of my favorite places is in the we were talking about earlier, the Sonoran Desert. In Arizona section of it, there's a place called Wupatki. Anybody ever been to Wupatki ruins? There is a place where you can see the blowhole. There's a blowhole within the sacred ritual center. And the blowhole is the link to a whole series of underground conduits that lead into the fault system that underlies the edge of the Colorado Plateau right there. Now, they were doing essentially the same thing that you find, for example, the Gothic cathedrals are all built over sites of the convergence of underground water courses, or at the places of artesian wells, or at sacred wells where people had for thousands of years, literally going back into the Paleolithic, had been basically drawing the waters of the earth. And so what you have there is you have a pattern that obviously in this quick conversation, I can only throw out the rough idea, but you had a pattern within the landscape that was geologically determined. Well, and the pattern was formed by the fault lines, the fissures within the crust. Along those fault lines and fissures, the water would move under pressure. And at the places where these fissure lines, the fault lines would cross, was quite frequently the places where they would locate their sacred centers. And so what you had was this correlation between the underlying geology and the overlying astronomy. The final thing is that as the sun and the moon predominantly, as the earth goes through the cycles, the moon goes through the cycles and so forth, what happens is stresses are induced in the crust. Just like the moon induces tides within the ocean, it's also inducing tides within the solid matter of the earth. And those tides, the pattern of energy gets focused, concentrated along the lines of least resistance, which are these fault lines in the crust. And so very interesting things can happen under times when some of these fault lines are placed under stress. And oftentimes they will be placed under stress prior to any seismic event that actually manifests in the form of an earthquake. Oftentimes, the stresses will be propagated along the fault lines, but there won't be an accompanied seismic event. But the pressure is still there. Typically, the underground water, the patterns of underground water, are also following the lines of underground of least resistance. And so what you have here is that there are tides essentially moving within the crust of the earth. And the pattern of temples and sacred places is linked not only to the map of the sky projected onto the earth, but it's also linked with this pattern of underground or subterranean waters. The other thing is, finally, is that I do believe that the big part of the ritual in using the sacred substances to expand one's consciousness is just as Randy saw the acupuncture lines on his body, you would see the acupuncture lines of the earth itself when you were in these altered states. And that was a big part of what this ritual was about, is because during those states of heightened consciousness, the lines of light, the lines of the earth would become visible.
Okay, admit it. Who else seen that?
If you knew the time of year, particularly too, when they were being activated by the celestial motion.
Okay, Randall, first of all, this isn't the cutoff for the show.
First of all, the earth is flat.
Oh my God. First of all, we just wanted to be able to say goodbye to Chance, but oh my God, that dump of information. Holy shit, the chat room went absolutely apeshit when you drop that level of knowledge, because everyone hangs on every word you say. And but we just want to be able to say goodbye to Chance, to have him sign off and let you continue the show. But still, that is absolutely fantastic.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for the opportunity. That was awesome. Randall, that was amazing. I'm gonna be first in line to get that book.
Fuck it. I'm booking my plane ticket down to Atlanta right now. Fuck.
Hey, have a
grab
good
your
night,
contact.
All right,
info,
Chance. Yeah, it was good to
take care.
make your acquaintance.
All right, gentlemen, rock on. Keep up the good work for John. It happens all the time. People get cancer all the time.
Yes, exactly.
Amen,
Thank
brother.
you so much, Chance.
Cheers.
And cheers. And I didn't get to say goodbye to Duncan earlier. I stepped away, but who else is still in the house? Is Michael still here? Brandon, Randy?
Mark is still here.
Okay, let's see. Roll call. We've got Chance is still here. Cameron's still here. Randall's still here. Darren's still here. Who else do we have? Michael's still here. Adam's still here.
Michael.
Yeah, you coming back up north this year, Randall?
I would like to. Yeah, I think I'm going to try. I'm going to try to at least get back to Minnesota. I'd like to get and spend some time up in the canoe country. I haven't been up there since I was a kid, and that was a place that I really love, up there in the Boundary Waters canoe area, north of Lake Superior. Plus, I want to do some exploring around the Great Lakes. I had a chance last, when was it? The 2 trips I made to the Paradigm Conference, driving back, we had a chance to do some exploring up in the Mississippi River Valley and other places. And there's some extremely interesting geology there. I mean, the imprint of the great floods, the great meltwater floods, are spectacularly preserved throughout the Midwest. And I would like to get back and do some more mapping of the great spillways, because what that does is tells us essentially where the melting epicenters were, and that's one of the things that I'm trying to determine through my studies of the meltdown of 11 to 13,000 years ago, was the essentially the locations of the melting episodes, because the ice sheet complex did not melt according to what we've witnessed in recent centuries when we look at the recession of glaciers worldwide. We didn't see what happened was not what we would predict and expect, which is that the margins of the ice sheet retreated systematically and uniformly back. There were actually episodes where there was massive melting well up within the mass of the ice sheet itself. And if the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis does bear out, I think that's how we're going to determine where the impact locations were, is by tracing the pattern of meltwater. And so that's what I've been doing the last several years. That's why we were up in British Columbia, Darren, is tracing the path of meltwater off the Neshako Plateau up there and down off of Washington, because I think we can actually at this point identify perhaps 6 or maybe even 7 impact sites by tracing the patterns of meltwater.
Yeah, I went and scoped out Spokane with Brad this summer too. I missed you. I think we missed you by like 6 hours.
Yeah, I think that's
I'm gonna take Adam out in a couple of weeks here. We're gonna be in the Spokane area in Cheney, I think, and I'm gonna take him out and show him the Grand Coulee. Go drive up to the observatory there anyway, and show him all that.
Who's that?
Adam. He's here.
Me.
Adam. Oh, okay, good. You're going to be impressed, Adam, when you see this.
Oh, it's fucking crazy.
Looking forward to it. Hey, I had a question for you, Randall. You were talking about the underground water. Have you or anybody else tried to take dowsing rods out onto sacred sites?
Yes.
How does that line up with the placement?
Well, to the limited extent that I've been able to do that, there certainly seems to be confirmation. There is actually some interesting scholarly work that had been done on it. The Guy Underwood, who wrote Pattern of the Past, would be a good source for somebody who wants to make the link between the geology of sacred sites and the potential for dowsing, or geomancy, if you want to call it that, if that's your preference. Guy Underwood, Pattern of the Past. I don't know if you can even still get that book. It may be very expensive. It may be available. I don't know. My copy is decades old, but that was like one of the best sources for showing the link. He mostly looks in Europe, but I think he also does, if I'm trying to remember, I think he's mostly focused on Europe and looking at the ancient sacred sites, the position of temples and cathedrals and things like that, and showing the relationship between those and the pattern of underground water. And his way was to first make his first reconnaissance by geomantic methods, then followed up by geological methods and geological confirmation. So, but yeah, that would be something I would love to get back into. I experimented a little bit with it, and I've had some experience with dowsing. In my actually associated with my building in the very early days, I was building a boat barn out near the Chattahoochee River, just outside of Atlanta, Georgia. And it was a pole barn, and I had 15 telephone poles. They were perhaps 30 feet in length. And the plan was, as I just had built 3 vertical rows of 5 each. And then I was going to hang my framing, run my purlins and horizontally around there, and then essentially build the barn around these 15 poles. Well, I called up Ma Bell, Southern Bell back then. This would have been the year 1975, summer of 1975. They charged $15 a phone pole to come out with their truck and their auger truck. They would dig the hole for you, and then they would set the pole. So I hired them. I called them, and at $15 a hole and set the pole. That was a pretty good deal. So they came out, and what I had done, I had gone out there with my transit and had staked out where I had a stake driven at each of the 15 points where I wanted the poles set. So the truck pulls up, and I see 2 guys with their Ma Bell uniforms on, and then gets out of the back seat of this truck was this tall, skinny guy wearing overalls and a really old, wrinkled hat. And he had to have been at least 6'4", 6'5", tall, skinny guy. And he gets out and he's carrying something. And I was over next to the building site, and I was building what was I building? A garage. I was building something where this guy, he was part of the Woodruff family that was into Coca-Cola. So he had a lot of money, and I think we were building this thing so he could park all of his cars or something. And if we were building this building over, about 100 feet away or so from where we were going to build the boat barn. Anyway, so this old guy, he gets down and he comes walking down there and sees where I have the stakes, and I'm working away. And then I just pause to watch what he's doing. Who's this guy? He has this thing in his hand, and it looked like, if I'm remembering right, it looked like maybe you might picture like a flute case or something. He opens it up, and it was lined with some nice cloth, and he takes out what I now know is 2 dowsing rods. I had heard of water witching, but I had never actually seen or knew nothing about it, really. He takes out, and he's got just 2 metal swing rods, dowsing rods, and he goes over and then douses each of the 15 stakes that I had driven in the ground. And as he walks over it, he yells up to the guys at the truck, "Clear." Walks over the next one, "Clear." And at first I got kind of self-conscious because I was thinking, are they just doing this to pull my leg or something? Or, but then, okay, now he comes start walking towards me. Now I happen to know, I didn't know exactly where it was, but I knew at the time, because when we were digging, I wanted to make sure that I didn't cut into any of the water main that came onto the site. So I had found out roughly where the water main was. I didn't know exactly, but I knew enough that if I'm 50 feet over here, I know I'm plenty safe, right? So I had kind of had an idea where the water main came into the property. So this guy, he comes walking, he's got his swing rods holding them in front of him, and he's walking in my direction. All of a sudden, as he steps over where I now know exactly where the water main was, it literally looked like somebody grabbed the ends of those swing rods, swung them into an X, and literally like bent them, like they were under tension. And then he stepped over across, and the 2 swing rods just totally relaxed and started kind of, weaving back and forth like they had been doing. What he then did was he walked in a zigzag pattern, and each time he stepped over where the water main was, it was the same thing again. And I'm standing looking at this thing, and it's pretty amazing, really. And then what does he do? He turns around, comes walking, and he says, "You want to try it?" And of course, I was self-conscious, and I could see the 2 guys up by the trucks kind of standing up there grinning, But I said, "Sure." So I took him. I walked, and as I stepped over the water main, literally it felt like somebody had grabbed the ends of those things. Now, I have never had a response like that ever again. That first time, really, I don't know. It was like somebody grabbed them, they shot into an X, and I got the whole thing as I zigzagged back and forth.
Have you tried using metal rods afterwards?
Oh yeah, I have. Cool. I've tried to use a variety of, and I do get, I'll get a response. But you know what? My thing is my confidence isn't high enough. I think what it is at that point I was like, it was so unanticipated and so unexpected. I was in a frame of mind where because what it did, it caught me by surprise. And so I think that was part of it. It was so unexpected. I think maybe it was like my first psychedelic trip. It was like, hey, caught me totally by surprise. Yep. Anyways, part of what I was very wanting to do was to have a means of going out and then Okay, so I get a response. What does this mean? How do I determine whether, in fact, that I'm actually finding there's water moving under here? So, for me to have the confidence to do it, I would need to actually go out, because that's the way my mind works. I want confirmation of things. I want evidence. And it's one of those things. It's on my list. When I get back out there, I'm going to buy this land one of these days, coming up soon.
Now, one thing I've been getting requests through the through the chat, and all of them are absolutely awesome. Oh my god, the amount of community we've got going on here is to start the Magical Egypt backup, because I know that even if we do one episode, we've done our mission, but still, holy shit, I have to come down there to Atlanta and experience this for myself, because dear God, Randall, brother, that sounds like an amazing time. You have stories that equal mine, and I haven't even told most of mine on the air.
Hey, wait. Can we just spend a couple minutes talking about the moon first?
Oh my God, yes. That's like the second top question we've gotten is the moon. Believe it or not.
Because as I recall, after our I think we've had Randall on for about 12 hours of conversation now. But every time, I think it's not to the last 10 minutes that we start talking about the moon, and we're always like, well, we'll get into that. We'll get into that next time.
And when I told Cameron that sure, I'll come over and get in conversation. That'll be a lot of fun, but I hope nobody asks me about the moon.
Dear God, Randall, you put the book out, take all my fucking money. Take all my money. Just throw it at you. Just put the book
I just hope nobody asks me about
money,
the moon.
Thanks for the donation, Glip Glop.
Randall, I'm thoroughly intrigued now. If you don't want people to ask you about it, now we've got to know.
I do want people to ask me. What I want people to do is to go up to the edge of madness, of curiosity. That's what I want. I want people to be motivated to go, okay, I'm going to put it out there. I'm going to put it out in bits and pieces. And if you're paying attention, you'll see the bits and pieces and start putting it together. But hey, I put out a bunch of pieces here in the last, 30 minutes or so. Because if we get back to this idea of aliens that was part of the whole thing earlier, and this whole idea that, once you realize that civilization on this planet could realistically be now, tens of thousands of years old. And if you realize that, again, this idea that there are these transmissions there are these systems of knowledge clearly that have been transmitted through the generations, through the centuries, and sure, why not through the millennia? And if we were, we can use the analogy of our own civilization. If we were faced with a Younger Dryas type event, now, what would we do? What would be our reaction if we knew?
We wouldn't even know, because the government wouldn't tell us.
Leave or float above it.
Here's the cool thing, is that when you realize that half of the comets out there are discovered by rank amateurs, there's no way they can keep it secret. What'll happen, though, is that, we get blindsided, which, there's not going to be much we can do about, or like in times past, the sky changes. Something happens in the sky that attracts the attention of the whole world. And now everybody's on the same page, because that's the one thing that can do it. Is if the sky becomes suddenly several orders of magnitude more active than it is normally, and the way it has been, in our modern times, because in effect, our modern sky is somewhat anomalous, because if we look at the sky in epochs past, we see that clearly now there's evidence that there was at times a whole lot more going on in the sky than has been in recent times. That would be the kind of thing that would unify people, scare the shit out of them, but also inspire them to say, okay, look, if you want to try to preserve this thing that we've built, since the scientific enlightenment, or since the Renaissance, since, the Industrial Revolution, we got to do this. We're going to have to pull together, or we're basically going to go back to the Stone Age. Because if a Younger Dryas type event happened today, we would most definitely be back in the Stone Age. And what you would be looking at is refugium. You would be looking at scattered bands of survivors with no way of communicating with each other, no way of knowing that they weren't the only people left, because there's no way to communicate with somebody who's 500 miles away when there's no intervening technology at all.
Well,
and you see, this is the planet of 11,000 years ago. It went through enormous concentrated changes. Now, if we knew that something was coming, if we knew that we begin to see the omens in the sky that were going to tell us, okay, guess what? We're entering an epoch now where the next 1,000 years, the sky is going to be extremely active, and those actions that we're witnessing in the sky are going to have consequences for us here down on Earth. Like, for example, we could be looking at a mass extinction level event, which is exactly what we saw in the Younger Dryas, when half of the megafauna on the planet, the very top of the food chain, got decapitated. 50% of the megafauna of the planet did not survive this transition out of the Younger Dryas. And likewise, I think it's very plausible to say, well, neither did human civilization. Mm-hmm. Now, if we were faced with that today, basically, we could do one of two things. We could try to take steps to prevent it, or we could take steps to try to survive it. If we were going to try to survive it, then what we would try to do is we would try to find a way of preserving as much of our science and technology and wisdom and so on that we had today, a way of preserving that. Okay, now an event happens. The Younger Dryas, say the 12,900 year ago event happens, when the black mat layer was laid down over the northern hemisphere, when the nanodiamonds, the billions of nanodiamonds rained down over the planet, when the skies went dark, when catastrophic firestorms consumed, whole states at a time, when the ice sheets began to melt and dump tens of thousands of cubic miles of water into the ocean instantaneously, virtually. The list goes on and on, right? What would we do? Well, for one thing, we would try to take plans to preserve as much as possible. And then once the event happened, where would we be? Well, at that point, you could see that there might be two types of survivors. Those who survived because they were just because of the luck of the draw. Well, now those people are essentially going to be thrown back to a Stone Age existence, and are going to be, there's two types of survivors. So you get those who survive because they're lucky, they're in the right place at the right time, and however, they're in a little pocket, a little refuge. They survive, but they are going to be thrown back into a Stone Age existence, and pretty much their whole survival life is going to be focused around just continuing to survive. On the other hand, if you have people who survive because they actually planned to survive, and we see that reflected even modern today with the whole continuity of government concept, with the whole idea that going back to the 50s and 60s that, well, if there was a nuclear war, we'll make sure that the elite of society survives. And that's what Cheyenne Mountain and all of these things were for, was that there would be places for the leaders and the elites, however they're defined, to be able to take refuge and ride out the nuclear war. Well, if that same sort of thing happened again, or happened back then, if we use that as a model, we can see that, well, if people back 12,000, 13,000 years ago were faced with the same type of a scenario that we could now plausibly be faced with ourselves sometime in the future. And there's certainly nothing implausible about, because what have we seen already 4 times this year? We've had 4 near misses of asteroids, right?
Is that an increase, or is that just us getting better at observing?
I honestly don't know. I hope it's just us getting better at observing. But if we take the models, the astronomical models of the British neo-catastrophists, then what we have to understand is that there are periods of this heightened activity, and it's cyclical. And that as Earth moves through space, it will enter zones that are more densely populated than at other times. And it is during those times of entering the zones of densely populated celestial debris that we are now the most vulnerable. And this is, I think, really how we can explain what happened 11 to 13,000 years ago, is that Earth was in a zone, a very highly populated zone, and it probably suffered multiple impacts.
And this is something that would affect all the planets too?
Well,
the whole solar system. Is it a coincidence that that's half a precession ago?
No, I don't think that is, because I think that is the celestial clock, and that's part of the model that has been preserved for us, is the celestial clock, that the tempo of these events. And I think what it tells us is that about every 6,400 years, we become vulnerable. We enter an active zone for maybe a millennia or two, and then we enter a more quiet zone. And then, 6,000 years ago, we entered an active zone. And during that active time, there were consequences here below. And once the planet moved out of the active zone and the geological response to the increased astronomical activity had subsided, at that point, now humans can restart the work of building civilization. But 13,000 years ago, the events were extreme enough that, one would be probably thinking very seriously about being able to temporarily leave the planet if if something like this happened again today. And the most obvious, and this is the only thing I'm going to say, and I'll go ahead and throw this out there, that for us today, the most obvious place to create a refuge in the event of a repeat of a Younger Dryas event would be the ship that's anchored
the moon
to the Earth, the Ark.
The moon.
Yeah, that thing that's has little hollow spots and extensive cave
thing that
systems.
hangs in our night sky.
The one thing that I've been hearing nonstop since we started this entire podcast, which is, when is Randall going to talk about the moon?
Randall, are you familiar with a guy named Don Ecker?
Oh my God, it's awesome.
I don't say the name again.
Don Ecker, he is really into lunar anomalies and has done a lot of research on that. He has a podcast called Dark Matters Radio. Really knowledgeable guy. I might put him in touch with you over that moon research if you're interested.
Sure.
Don Ecker got a little pissed off at me one time because I started a podcast called Dark Matter, and I didn't know that his existed prior to that.
Art Bell had his own show before that, Dark Matter Radio.
No, that was after both of ours.
Okay.
Yeah, Don has had that for many a year,
Dark
a long
Matters,
time.
And he's a smart man.
But I'll say this, if anybody wants to know the central secret of the moon, go to Egypt, go to the Temple of Dendera, and look at the ceiling in the pro style. Because it's just basically within the last decade or so has had the charcoal cleaned off of it from all of the campfires that were in there, which was good because then the religious fanatics weren't able to deface the hieroglyphs. But what they have done is they have cleaned off the charcoal that has accumulated, the thick layers of charcoal on the ceiling, and exposed on the ceiling the entire story. And there it is. So
Randall, are you perhaps saying that cyclically we go off planet and we are the aliens because we come and go?
Did I say that?
Not necessarily.
Perhaps I just inferred that.
No, I wouldn't say such a thing.
Copy that.
I could say
There's
that.
No way
shit.
would I say anything like that.
Right. Got it.
So
until we find like a different variation of some American flag on the other side of the moon. Maybe some dead astronauts.
Either way, I for one have been waiting for the Randall Carlson moon book for quite a few years. And I have to say is that I'm hoping that it will be as interesting as this conversation tonight. Because, you know what? Holy shit. Dear God in heaven, he's probably right. If not completely right.
When you start thinking about it, that's what you have to do. You have to think about it. And the more you think about it, the more you kind of go, why not?
Well,
why not? Why fucking not?
Well, it ties up some loose ends that people have thought that we've been on the moon, back and forth forever. And your vision of why that could have happened, that makes a lot of sense to me.
Well, it's only logical. I mean, if we're talking about buildings that we can't build today with high technology and catastrophes that could wipe out Earth, and the logical explanation is to leave or stay and protect, and we have evidence of staying and protecting evidence, well, I mean, the other option seems just as viable to me, especially since we don't know how they built the shit they already built.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's clear that we're looking at technologies that we have not utilized.
Right.
There's many instances of that. Yeah, that all over the world. These people are using some tech because it just makes no. I'm sorry, I don't care what your scholarly models are and how well they have been validated by groups of like-minded scholars thinking the same things over the decades. The point is that it makes no sense for subsistence farmers or hunter-gatherers and all over the world to repeatedly be doing this, where they're suddenly moving these gigantic stones with impunity and assembling them into these astronomically oriented temples with sophisticated astronomy and geometry. I'm sorry, it just doesn't make sense. It's so completely out of context with our models of ancient history that I can't understand how a rational person looks at that. But perhaps it's because within those models that have emerged out of the 19th century, there is a framework of global change that basically only allowed change to occur 1 grain of sand and 1 drop of water at a time. This is the gradualist model, the gradualist paradigm that has dominated thinking for almost 2 centuries now. And so when you start thinking about, human history, and you don't understand that there have been these episodes of compressed change where the planet has, in effect, been completely remodeled, then you can kind of say, well, where are the potsherds? Where are the ruins of some civilization of 15 or 20 or 25,000 years ago? There it is. And look, and how did that get preserved? It was preserved by being buried. Mm-hmm. In the same way, against, I'll go back and use that analogy again, the nuclear war. How are we planning to preserve the super hardened command and control centers, the missile silos, the bunkers, by going underground, by burying?
We aren't doing shit. That's the thing. We aren't doing shit right now. When it came to Göbekli Tepe, whether it was religious, whether it was something that just came about as a throw out of whim, they buried that shit and said, okay, something's coming, and it did. We now are completely fucking unprepared for anything that's coming. We are in a shooting gallery right now, like Tunguska, fucking Russia. That proved that shit. We can get hit no matter what, and completely get wiped out if it's large enough. What the fuck are we thinking?
Well, it's not hyperbole, and I've said this repeatedly for years now. Literally, we are like sitting ducks in a cosmic shooting gallery. We are. And to anybody who's paying attention, every month, couple of months, one of those big space rocks goes whizzing by. February of 2014, one of them entered the atmosphere. Just a little prick, a little pinprick to remind us, but it's already been forgotten by the mass of the human population. I'm afraid what it's going to take is a Tunguska-sized event.
Right.
Tunguska-sized event, and also the recognition on the part of a number of things. Well, geologists can now say, the surface of this planet bears the scars of uncountable dozens and dozens of cosmic encounters. It does. The paleontologists can look and say, well, now we understand that the history of Earth of life on Earth has been a history of constant interruptions and setbacks, mass extinction events, right? The astronomer now comes and says, well, look at this. Our near-Earth space is way more populated with stuff than we had even imagined a few generations ago or a few decades ago. At the same time, we have the mythologists and the antiquarians and the ancient historians coming forward and saying, well, here, guess what? All over the planet, ancient peoples were obsessed with what was going on in the sky. Yeah. And then we have the British neo-catastrophists who come forward with their work saying, we can now demonstrate that the incursion of material from outside the outer reaches of the solar system, from the Kuiper disk, is occurring on a cyclical basis that's governed by the motions of the 4 greater outer planets that regularly on a cyclical basis deliver material into the inner solar system. And in effect, here is the secret of the Holy Grail, because it is the entry of these cosmic bodies, this cosmic spermatozoon that is coming in from the Kuiper disk into the inner solar system and bringing with it not only the agents of our destruction, but the agents of our recreation as well, because those comets are loaded with the catalysts that the biosphere feeds on to precipitate this accelerated evolution that occurs in the aftermath of the great catastrophes.
I'd like to throw a question out to all of you guys, and listen. All of us who are on this conversation are hip to the woo-woo world of the internet and what people are speaking about. And of course, the last year or so, people have been talking about Antarctica. So, and I don't have an answer.
No.
I don't have an answer.
Jesus
so
Christ,
I'm just
no.
asking.
Okay,
just let it happen.
Go for it. Fuck, go for it.
So listen, I'm not being skeptical. I'm not saying that I have an answer.
Okay, one thing I'm going to say before you go on there. If this is about that fucking tweet that John Glenn or fucking whoever had his tweeted, like, oh God, this tweet.
That was Buzz Aldrin.
Oh, Buzz Aldrin. Okay.
And no, that's not what I'm getting at.
Okay, well,
Chris, maybe just let him finish his point.
Sorry, go ahead.
My point is, I don't really have a point as much as I'm putting the subject out there for discussion, because I'm just. Listen, nothing's off the table to me, and I'm a curious person, so I just wanted to know from all of you whose opinions I respect and I find very interesting what your thoughts are on it, because I don't have I don't have the answer, and I'm just curious. What do you guys think, if anything, is happening down there at the moment besides climate change science, which is what we've been told?
Can I chime in first? Okay.
Hit me.
Okay, well, first of all, Michael, thank you very much for bringing that up, because it's actually something that took a lot of my time up. Jimmy Church and I actually got together, and we talked about this information. He presented the Buzz Aldrin information with regards to the Antarctic goings-on there.
Well, I think that has been debunked. I mean, he was down there and he left because he was ill, but the tweet itself was debunked.
No, totally. I debunked that based on a graphic designer's eye. That was 100% false. That's the only thing that I've got to be able to say there. When Buzz Aldrin went down there and said, "Oh, there's evil down there," like 100% fucking fake. Beyond that, I've got nothing else. But that tweet, 100% not real.
Agreed. Anyone else?
I think it's pyramids. I think they're going to figure out that shit was warmer one day and that there's civilization under the ice. Long lost civilization.
I hope you're right. That would be awesome.
For sure.
Randall?
Yes, I was thinking about Antarctica, and the only thing I have to contribute is that it does seem to be accumulating mass. The second thing is there's also evidence of mega flood melting events around the perimeter that perhaps might be a clue to where one might look to. And clearly, I mean, I'm sure some of you are familiar with the Piri-Reis and Orontius Phineas maps. Showing, I mean, those are apparently copies of much older maps, which are probably copies of even older maps. And I think if we go back into the late Pleistocene, we may, or perhaps during the what is known as the hypsothermal or climatic optimum, which was between roughly 7,000 and 9,000 years ago, which was a period of pretty intense global warmth, where virtually all of the evidence suggests that the planet was at least a degree, maybe 2 degrees warmer than now. And I would actually be going to be contributing something on that. I'm doing another article for the site right now that's going to be on basically global change during the Holocene, what has happened to the planet post Younger Dryas. But anyways, there was a period of roughly 2,000 to 3,000 years of intensified global warmth, and it may very well have been accompanied by a major recession of the Antarctic ice margin, and there may have been a coastal civilization that was there for a while. Now, this isn't completely implausible.
Now, what are the chances of that being better preserved up there after a catastrophe? Is there any geologic evidence for that?
Well, given that it appears that the northern hemisphere suffered the greatest habitat loss, which, essentially, if you map the geography of the mortality of species, what you interestingly find is that the greatest mortality of species at the end of the, during the Younger Dryas was North America. South America was a close second. Europe and Asia was roughly lost about a third of its species. Africa only lost 10%. The subcontinent of India only lost about 10% of its species. So it seems like the southern hemisphere and the eastern hemisphere would have been on the opposite side of the earth during the worst pummeling, and North America would have been essentially facing right into the onslaught. And so if you look at that pattern, Antarctica might have been actually on the safer side of the planet to be on at the time. And clearly Antarctica has been a much more dynamic place than the older models would suggest. But at this point, I'm not prepared to stick my neck out and say that I think that there was an ancient civilization there. I'm just saying that it's possible. It's possible that there could have been a very different climate there, even not so long ago, even, like in the Neolithic to Mesolithic times, which would have been the 7,000 to 9,000 years ago. If the Antarctic ice cap did undergo a major recession during the climatic optimum of that period, yeah, it might have been a place to colonize. It might have been a place one could build a city. I don't know. However, the onset of a glacier is usually going to destroy anything in its path. That's the problem. So even if you had buildings there, buildings of masonry, the onset of a glacier, would pretty much erase whatever.
Just grind that shit up.
Just grind that shit up. Yeah, exactly. Because you figure, okay, look at the Great Pyramid in Egypt. It's 400 feet high, 482 feet high, right? But the North American, the Laurentide ice sheet over North America up by Hudson Bay was 2 miles thick. So, whatever might have been there during the last interglacial, which would have been about the technical term would be interstadial, but we don't
fucking clean.
Wiped clean, yeah. I mean, because there was a period of time between roughly 35 and 45,000 years ago when apparently the ice mass was for the most part gone. And which is interesting because 30, 40, 50 years ago, it was assumed that the ice mass was intact for at least 100,000 years. But it definitely does not appear that way now. It appears that there were at least a couple of episodes within the last 100,000 years where the ice was mostly or wholly gone, and then it came back again. The problem with that is, and why it's the main obstacle to accepting that possibility, is simply the rapidity with which those changes need to take place. But hey, look, if you go up by the Hudson Bay and you take up a core and you look in that core and you go back and you date pollen that's 40,000 years old, and that pollen is from a spruce forest. Well, wait a second. If there was a spruce forest growing there 40,000 years ago, then obviously it wasn't under 2 miles of ice. But then 20,000 years ago, it's under 2 miles of ice. So, see, there's the problem. See, there's something driving climate into and out of ice ages, and we still don't know what it is. And just when they thought they had it figured out what it is, it's the Milankovitch cycles. Well, yeah, Milankovitch cycles certainly do affect the climate of the Earth, no doubt. But they're not driving the climate of the planet into a glacial age and out of a glacial age in 1,000 years or less. And that's what we see now happening. So
that's got to be rocks.
Well, it could be a number of things. It could be there could be a number of things. It's sometimes actually a confluence of things that creates a perfect storm. I think volcanoes, because there's clearly evidence for episodic volcanic eruptions, but now that may be a response to changes in the cosmic environment. But clearly, when we go back to this idea of cyclical change within the cosmic environment, that could be driving. We do know that, for example, during the last deglaciation, there were enormous volcanic eruptions around the planet. I have some very interesting pictures of where you can see massive layers of volcanic ash sandwiched in between gigantic backflood sediments. And the story is pretty much unambiguous. You see, okay, here's a gigantic backwash sediment that would have been created by a flood that's, maybe 10 or 20 times the flow of all combined rivers on Earth today. And then sandwiched in between these layers are of sediment, which are called rhythmites, is volcanic ash, thick layers of volcanic ash. So right there you see, okay, during the floods, you had massive volcanic eruptions. After the floods were finally over, and you look at the topmost layer of these flood deposited sediments, what you typically will see, and I've documented this from Washington to Ohio and up and down the Mississippi River, you can see anywhere from 3 feet to 6 feet up to 20 or 30 feet of loess. And loess is a very strange type of soil sediment, whose origin has been debated literally for a couple of hundred years. And you find these deposits like, I wish we had some pictures up. I could show you pictures of where you see these massive flood rhythmites.
Send them over Skype, I'll post them.
Well, just Google it right quick. LOESS.
Luss.
Well, I was going to show him the picture of Burlingame Gully, where I've taken pictures of the flood layers capped by 6 feet of luss.
I can throw it on a hard drive. Give me a little, or a
I
phone
can
drive,
do that,
excuse me.
yeah.
Yeah,
So,
give me
well,
like 2 minutes.
What you see there, though, is you have these sedimentary layers, these that are 6, 8, 10 feet thick. They grade up to about 2 or 3 feet thick, and then on top of it, you've got this 6-foot layer of loess. And the 6-foot layer of loess is the stuff that, in effect, was that came out of the horizon. It came out of came out of the atmosphere post flood. And what the loess tells us is that the duration that while the floods are at their peak, essentially the atmosphere would have been totally opaque. You wouldn't have been able to have seen your hand in front of your face. So that would be one of the problems with, if there were survivors who could actually witness this, because of the fact that there was so much going on in the atmosphere that you would, for one thing, you wouldn't have been able to breathe over large sections. The other interesting thing is when you analyze the chemical constituents of the loess, it does seem that there is a high component of extraterrestrial material dispersed through it, which does suggest that there might be a consistency in the origin of loess with aerial burst type phenomena, such as we saw in 1908 with Tunguska, and such as we saw in February of 2014 in Chelyabinsk. Because when you have this incursion of cosmic debris, if it's smaller than, say, 100 to 200 to 300 feet in diameter, unless it's iron, it's going to explode in the atmosphere. And if you have a multiple impact event where you have perhaps 1,000 or 10,000 or more Tunguska events all happening simultaneously, the atmosphere is going to get completely overloaded. And so the loess that's on top of the flood sediments is evidence that there was this overloading of the atmosphere with this material. And I think Camron has gone off. I might be able to pull up an image and send it to you guys, and you can post it so people can see what I'm talking about.
On demand. On demand.
Let's see here. I've got one. Should have one right here that I can pull up.
I'll tell you what, Randall, you are scaring the bejesus out of me. Tying this to the first podcast with Dr. Robert Schock and you guys talking about possible ties to an electric universe theory. And I know I've seen that, background gamma radiation can kind of show the threads between galaxies. And if we're talking about this, the possibility that there could be mass gathering along some sort of like electrical field that also affects the sun at the same time, it's frightening to think that we could have mass coronal discharge and like thousands of Tunguska-like events. It's almost unthinkable.
Well,
I've been hesitating to go there, but there's a lot of evidence emerging that would suggest that we are looking at something that may have involved the entire solar system. In other words, the entire solar system may have entered a zone of space in its journey around the galaxy that would have completely altered the cosmic environment for a couple of thousand years. That is completely not out of the realm of possibility.
The universe could be fucking infinite, and we think that we can identify all the rocks.
Yeah, Cameron's giving me a drive here. I'm going to load up a few images, and we'll send them to you guys. Oh, yeah, here's a... Check this out.
Oh, man.
All right, I'm going to send you guys some juicy stuff.
All right. Hey-o.
If you can handle it.
Well, here's the thing. I created this show specifically to get to this point. So take the time you need, Randall. No problem.
Oh, okay. I'm working on it here. Let's see. Got to find a vacant port.
Yeah, so does anybody know if there is any sort of serious outward-looking research being done to identify things like this? I kind of think back to like Arthur C. Clarke and Raman having some sort of like outward-facing nuclear penetrating radar or something.
I know Graham Hancock has indicated some research that he's put forward over the last couple of days with regards to, this type of research, but I can't say for sure.
I think in the terms of like near Earth objects, I mean, I think it's poorly funded. At least I had a buddy who used to kind of work for a contractor that worked with NASA. And in the mid 2000s, that was part of what they did. But it seemed like at the time they just couldn't get any fucking money for it. So it's like they were vastly underfunded. And, I don't know.
They're vastly underfunded. And that's why, again, like I said earlier, I think it's probably going to take a kick in the seat of the pants for people to wake up and stop obsessing over the trivia that most people's consciousness is filled with.
Right.
Man, I hope it's just a kick in the pants. I mean, it could just be a complete boot on the ant.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, I certainly hope that it's not going to be a repeat of what happened, the Younger Dryas event. I don't think it's going to be. I seriously don't. I think that was once, and I think that what happened then was probably, from my research, would suggest it may have been like the worst event to assault this planet in the last 5 million years. Because we have to go back about 5 million years ago to find an equivalent loss of species on a planetary scale, comparable to what happened at the Younger Dryas. So, but that certainly doesn't let us off the hook, because when you consider that the Tunguska event was the equivalent of a 15 megaton hydrogen bomb, that's a major metropolitan area city buster bomb, that could take out any major city in the U.S., Washington, D.C., Atlanta, New York City, Twin Cities, L.A. A 15 megaton bomb is going to pretty much erase that city. Tunguska was about a 15 megaton bomb. Now, we may be looking at episodes where Earth is undergoing assaults by multiple Tunguskas. And if the British neocatastrophists are right, and so far 30 years of their predictions and writings have pretty much confirmed that they are right on the money, there may be episodes in the history of this planet where literally we get bombarded by hundreds, if not thousands, of Tunguska objects. And see, this is the whole point, is that Tunguska was almost certainly part of the Taurid meteor stream. It was the perfect time of day. The radiant point that it came out of from space was exactly where it needed to be a member of the summertime Taurids, right? Because the Earth crosses the Taurid meteor stream twice each year. Once right around late October, early November. This is why they're called the Halloween meteors. And again in late June, early July. And this was exactly when the Tunguska object came into Earth's atmosphere, was at the peak of the Taurid meteor shower, and where it came from, out of the sky, was precisely where it needed to be to have been a member of that stream. Now, what the British neocatastrophists are saying is that the Taurid meteor stream, which now has spawned at least 2 known comets, Oljato and Enki, several asteroids and several meteor streams, was all the progeny of one great giant comet that came into the inner solar system probably around 26,000 years ago, about one precessional cycle ago, and began to undergo a hierarchy of disintegrations and begin to litter the inner solar system with the byproducts of its disintegration. And that on multiple periods, the Earth would enter the zones where this matter is streaming around the sun, and during those episodes, we would be subjected to much greater probability of bombardment. And that within the stream, there would be points where there'd be places where the material was more densely concentrated, because as a meteor stream ages, what happens is the material in it becomes much more diffuse and spread evenly throughout the stream. But in the early days of a cometary disintegration, most of the material is going to be concentrated in pockets. So it depends not only on when you're crossing the stream, but where in the stream you're crossing, where in the stream is the densest concentration of material when you're crossing it. So if the Earth is crossing the stream at the time that the greatest density of material is there, then obviously you can see that the possibility of getting struck is going to be much higher. And the action in the sky that people are going to be witnessing is going to be much more intense. And of course, when people all over the world are simultaneously witnessing things like this, well, here's how you could really, in effect, unify the global consciousness around, look, we got to do this work. In order to predict this stuff, we have to create some kind of an infrastructure that allows us to make these predictions, to track celestial motion. And how can we do this using primitive materials with a limited labor supply and we don't have, a global infrastructure like we do now. So what do? Well, we begin to quarry rocks and we begin to set up these stone structures to mark the passage of the sun and the moon, and then lay out the 5 parameters that are necessary for the prediction of all celestial motion. So there you have a motive. You have the incentive is that all the people on the planet are witnessing a much, much more active sky. And if you've ever been out and watched, fireballs and meteorite phenomena, just for example, to go out and see the Leonids or the Geminids and see how impressive and awesome that can be. And then you try to imagine what it might be like to see something on the scale of even the Leonid shower that, there was a couple of them that came up in the 19th century where people were seeing 1,000 meteors in a minute. I mean, what would that be like? And then if these things are entering the atmosphere and creating not only visible phenomena, but diaphonic phenomena also, is because one of the interesting things about when you go in and you read the eyewitness accounts of the Tunguska event, that one event, the energy was so great, it actually entered the earth. And 500 miles away from the epicenter, people were describing what they said. It sounded like freight trains moving under the ground beneath them as the shock wave emanated out. Now, this thing exploded 5 miles up in the atmosphere, right? But the shock wave was felt in the ground. People said they heard people who were too far away to have heard or seen the explosion itself, which actually was audible up to 1,000 miles away. They described how they felt the passage of some great force moving under the ground underneath them. So can you imagine what the experiences would be like if people were witnessing not only one event like that, but multiple events? What that would do to the human consciousness of the people of this planet if say, over a period of 24 or 36 or 40 or so hours, we were passing through the dense part of a stream and Earth was assaulted by 100 or 500 or 1,000 Tunguska-like events. This is not at all out of the realm of possibility.
Wow.
And when you realize that sort of thing has been part of the history of this planet and undoubtedly part of the history of civilization on this planet, it puts a whole different context on the human story and opens the door to the possibility, the probability of a deep history that we've only just barely begun to fathom, which is the real story of the human presence on planet Earth.
How close are we to this cycle repeating itself?
Well,
this weekend.
No, probably not this weekend. Probably not till next month sometime.
On my birthday.
When's your birthday, Darren?
The 10th.
Oh, of March? Okay.
That's right.
Pisces.
Okay. Pisces, yeah. I'm the 26th. Well, let me put it to you this way. Okay, if we look back in the history of global change, the Holocene now is well over 10,000 years in duration. The Holocene seems to be about as long as any period of relative climatic and environmental stability that we've seen in the last 250,000 years. Most of the periods of interglacial warmth have not lasted more than 4,000 or 5,000 or 6,000 years. On the other hand, if we go from modern hard science and we look at the archaic traditions, we see the model of the Great Year that would suggest that on average about every 6,500 years or so, the potential for a discontinuous event, a non-linearity, the potential for a non-linearity goes up by a couple of orders of magnitude. So if there's any veracity to that particular model, one might think that, yeah, we're probably entering a time like that right now. In fact, maybe the precursor to that may have been the Little Ice Age, because it's very possible that the Little Ice Age was brought on by an incursion of greater material in the celestial environment that began around 1300. Mm-hmm. And then dissipated during the mid-1600s, then came back with a vengeance for a couple of centuries, and then began to clear out again about the middle of the 19th century. But, it's hard to say. But I think the main thing is that we need to become cosmically aware, just like our ancestors were, and start paying attention. And when shit happens and, there's another near miss, which there will be another one in the news before very long, people go, oh, yeah, hey, these are the shots across the bow. This is the cosmos trying to get our attention and telling us, hey, wake the fuck up, people. Look at what's going on over your heads. Because it's not all just about what's the bullshit that we're being suffocated in. Okay, I got to get some pictures over to you guys. Cameron, let's see what.
This is actually a fantastic time to be able to plug the.
Thank you.
Like all of the fantastic gifts that we have going on here. Holy shit!
Perfect. Yeah.
Oh my God, brother, my God, dear God, I have to take a trip down to where you live in Atlanta, just so you can show me all of this and just sit down, have some coffee, and talk this shit out. Because oh my God, my mind's been blown for the last half an hour to an hour. Holy shit. Totally.
Okay.
So yes, if you were listening to this program right now, first of all, you can donate to the John Anthony West Project Cancer Fight Companion to go to denoflore.com /WPP and donate via PayPal to the John Anthony West Fight for Cancer. Or you can just Google John Anthony West Project Fundly, and you can find the Fundly campaign, or go to fundly.com /John.
Is this what you had on there?
Yes, that's correct.
Anthony-West-project.com. Just put that in, you'll be fine. Grimerica is throwing in some perks. I'm throwing in some perks. Darren, are you there?
Yo.
Do you want to describe the perks that Grimerica is throwing in for the show?
And jobs. No, nice. We're gonna do if you donate $200 and email me and you want to come on the show, we'll let you come on the show, and you can pick someone as brilliant as Randall and come on and interview him with us.
That's pretty damn cool.
And with Den of Lore, it's $150 per episode. You want up to one episode, $150. 2 episodes, $300. 4 episodes, $450. And you can do the same. Beyond that, I know that Sacred Geometry International is offering a ton of perks for donating to John Anthony West's cancer research. Oh my God, dear God in heaven, Cameron, we're gonna get you to be able to describe these in a second, but sure. I know we at Den of Lore, if you anywhere from 150 to 450, come on, you pick the guest, we'll bring them on the air. In addition to that, Edward Nightingale, you can get a $144 signed copy of his latest book, and I know that with the Jimmy Church show, Fade to Black, one of my favorite podcasts / radio shows, $50 will get you a shout out on Fade to Black. Email either info@denoflore.com or sacredgeometryinternational@gmail.com for all of that information if you want to be able to get that shout out. In addition to that, $250 will get you a free signed copy of The Sacred Key. Traveler's Key, rather. That is a John Anthony West book from the last couple of years. It's one of the top books for sacred and symbolist knowledge for Egypt and... excuse me. Cameron?
Yes, sir.
The Symbolist Key, actually, or Traveler's Key, it's one of the top symbolists.
That's what I've heard, but I've not actually ever read that.
What do you guys think a hand job be worth?
To who? I don't know. You tell me, Darren. You sound like the kind of guy that might seek that out occasionally.
I thought that was a do-it-yourself thing.
We've all heard the tales of Darren and his hand job hunts. The lengths this man will go to get off. Jesus.
That's how I got through college. Yeah.
I've seen you.
Don't quit something you're good at.
Oh my god! Sorry, guys. for $250.
Sorry for ruining the show.
No, we're just fucking around.
We
were talking. I was like, Randall, you never saw Airplane? That blew my mind as much as everything else he said tonight.
Surely you're kidding.
For $250, the Traveler's Key. It's one of 200 copies available. It's widely acknowledged as one of the best guides to simplest Egypt ever published, period. For $500, you get a limited edition autographed silver gelatin portrait of John Anthony West. If you donate $5,000, you get a weekend with John Anthony West. You get a 22-foot Airstream, which is basically this very luxury the camper that gets
Caravan.
Thank you very much. That gets sited right beside John Anthony West's famous cabin, right in the Socrates Mountains. Oh my God! If you've listened to any of John Anthony West's podcasts, if you've watched Magical Egypt, you want this show. Finally, there is a $10,000 prize, which is an exclusive dinner with John Anthony West, Graham Hancock, and a variety of different personalities who are available. And this is going to be available in the next 3 to 5 days. It is a placeholder prize, so if you want to be able to donate anywhere between $5,000 and $10,000 or more, let me know. I will get a hold of the people behind John Anthony West Project to be able to get this out there, and we will get you that dinner if at all possible. And it will be 100% the most stimulating dinner you will ever have.
Unless you're with the hand jobs.
Oh my God.
Yeah, check out our chat with John Anthony West if you want. It's grimerica.ca/EP151.
And I can speak to that. I actually watched part of that today and thoroughly enjoyed it.
Part of what? Oh,
Your
the
show.
episode?
Your show.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I watched it today.
Oh, right on. Did you like it?
Did you not?
Hell
yeah, I liked it.
Yes.
I like your style, man. You're laid back, and but you get the goods.
Oh, cool. That's exciting.
Mm-hmm.
Did we find the pictures?
1 second here. I'm just waiting for them from
Randall. Here's
I'm
what
still
happens.
looking
He's
at
got
movie star Michael Picks.
Here's what we got. We got Randall going through his program and selecting a slew of images. And so if you guys want to keep going, he can lay it on you, no doubt about it. And it may just take another 10 minutes or so.
No, this is the last one.
Last one? Oh, I stand corrected. He's got the last one. How many slides you got coming for us here?
Oh, about somewhere between 12 and 13,000.
Excellent.
Anytime, Randall, anytime.
Guys, we're going to need a lot of Alpha Brain, some Herba Mate enemas. What else are we up for?
Oh, the Glenfiddich has not been doing me very well right now, but still.
We needed some kind of drinking game, but let's see. So Graham, this is Graham. Darren, what's your poison, man? You're a pothead, right?
Yeah, I don't drink. No. Once in a while, I don't mind drinking. It's not like a hard rule or anything, but I prefer not to get drunk.
Is that because you're always high, and if you mix alcohol and weed?
No, I used to drink a lot back in the day, and that used to lead to smelling the cocaine roses and all sorts of terrible things. So once I had kids, I just gave it up. I smoke my weed and be happy, and
excellent.
Never hung over. Kids don't really let you sleep too late, so you don't want to be fucking hungover.
Yep. Good man. How big is your family now?
Well, I got 2 kids. Yeah, wife and 2 kids. 5 and 3, so I'm fairly busy.
Reminds me of Brandon. I think he's got 2 boys, and I think one is 4, and the other's maybe only a year old now.
One's
Brandon,
only
you
6,
still there?
actually. One's going to be homeschool probably. I think they're both going to start homeschool here next year.
That's
Good for you,
fantastic. That always warms my heart, man, to hear that there's parents taking their children out of the system, off the grid. Let them have some faith. Let them evolve naturally. Don't force them to conform to something like Commoner Core, like what we have here in the States. It's ridiculous.
Stop drinking the Kool-Aid.
Stop drinking the Kool-Aid.
They both did preschool, and my oldest is in like nature kindergarten right now. But they're trying to get it extended to grade 3. But right now, like after kindergarten, that's it. You know, they expect you to just go to the public school system or the private school system.
Wait till Trudeau gets a hold of it.
Trudeau, yeah, fuck Trudeau. But
Boy Wonder.
Don't get me started.
Boy Wonder, right?
Oh God in heaven.
Isn't he like Castro's illegitimate son, though? I mean,
oh Jesus Christ!
If you look at the pictures, he is a dead ringer.
No,
you guys had
weird.
So
I mean,
the
the
whole
queen,
Castro bullshit was debunked.
Are you guys for real on that?
If you guys still have a queen, anything's possible, right?
He's probably actually Castro's son. If you just Google pictures of Trudeau and Castro, the resemblance is beyond striking. There's pictures of Castro.
I'm gonna get my ass
banned
from anywhere in government for this shit. Here's the thing with Trudeau. He is not Castro's son, but he is still a fucking.
How do you know that?
Okay, listen. No, he's still a trust fund baby, fucking silver spoon motherfucker who does not understand the plight of the average Canadian. Fuck Trudeau.
2 jobs before becoming prime minister were bouncer and
bullshit.
Fucking.
Listen,
and what was the other one? He was a substitute drama teacher. Yeah. Which brings me to my answer to Trump's MAGA, Make America Great Again, is MTADTA, Make Trudeau a drama teacher again.
Well, either way, here's the thing: we're still not saying make O'Leary the fucking prime minister. Fuck O'Leary in the fucking ass because he is
I'm
still
be the prime minister one day.
Oh, he probably will be. That's the fucking sad part. But he's still.
No, I will.
Well, no, Jesus Christ! If you run, I will fucking vote for you. Holy shit! But still, like the amount of bullshit we have in the fucking Canadian politics right now is absolutely insane. We got a social justice fucking warrior in power right now as prime minister. We've got a bunch of like far right fucking wingers trying to vie for the conservative nomination. And like O'Leary, who is like the darling motherfucker who was on CBC and Dragon's Den and all this bullshit, who doesn't fucking understand shit because he's been a billionaire after cheating out millions of fucking people with his last fucking software company. To try
I'm gonna start to run for
vote.
something. I think when I'm like 50, or I'm gonna move to the States. One of the two. If the States get their shit together, I'm fucking out of here.
So you're saying like get rid of Trump?
No, I don't mean that. I mean the States doesn't need to do much. I mean, like I still think like the Pacific Northwest is part of the like that's probably part of the most free country left on the planet, other than like Lebanon or these like countries that we're supposed to think are shitholes, but are actually probably have 10 times as many freedoms as we have here.
Chris, I don't mean to be a party killer, but I'm going to have to bounce, brother. I have thoroughly enjoyed this conversation tonight, and it has been a pleasure and an honor to join you guys.
Go for it, brother. No problem.
Gentlemen, have a good evening, and I hope we raise a lot of money for John Anthony West.
Absolutely. It was nice to meet you.
Take care, guys.
Take care.
Good evening.
So Camron, just sliding that out there, but still. So Darren, please describe your soon-to-be political campaign.
I don't have one yet. I gotta wait a few years to let the dust settle.
We'll
I gotta wait till my kids move out.
So how
probably
long
like
is that?
20 years, 15, 20 years.
Oh Jesus Christ in heaven!
I'm too young anyway. I think you have to be a certain age, don't you? I'm only fucking 35.
You're only 35?
Yeah, I think you got to be like at least. It might even just be 36. But I got way too much going on right now. I'll wait until it seems like my past is shit like that's being less and less of a problem these days. But I'll start probably by just like running for town council or locally or possibly like like an MP seat or whatever the fuck they are. You're
going to be like Hunter S. Thompson.
And whatever, or maybe I won't, but it's definitely something I've thought more about lately. Is instead of just constantly bitching about it, maybe, going out there and
Yeah, why not? Like if we get groups of people that we trust and who have similar ambitions philosophically, what couldn't we accomplish if we're persistent and reasonable and well connected? So let's see. Randall's got some slides. Are you guys ready to see these over here? Do you mind if I go ahead and share screen there, Chris?
Go for it.
Okay, right on. So let me hide my porn. And
What kind of porn you watching?
just kidding. Mostly midgets these days.
Yeah. I feel
Go-
I feel that.
You feel that?
Yeah, go to that one right there.
Here we
That's what
go.
We'll start with.
Can you guys see this okay?
Are you guys seeing this?
Are you seeing this? Here we go. Voila.
Not quite. Oh, there we go. One second.
It's moslymidgets.com. We get a sponsorship money from them. It's Gnosis Podcast's first sponsor. Moslymidgets.com.
Perfect.
Excellent.
Is that like Nirvana Unplugged, I hear?
What?
That sounded like the intro to Nirvana Unplugged in New York.
I don't know why that makes me laugh, but I'm trying to remember. I think I heard that album once, and I was just, that was all I could take. Just like, man, this man's in pain.
Are you guys seeing this?
I am seeing that. Is that Grand Coulee?
No, that's Burlingame Gully. Look, first of all, look carefully, and you'll notice the layers, the rhythmical layers, right? Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, we're seeing that right now.
Are we looking at the same thing?
Yes, we are.
Reminds me of James's mom.
There's about 40 of those rhythmical layers right there. Now, what those are is backwash sediments. Does that make sense? You know what? Like during a major flood, you're going to have the trunk valley, the main river valley, let's say, gets flooded. A huge picture, if you will, a tsunami moving down a river valley. And as it moves down the river valley, any tributary rivers coming in from the sides, that flood is going to backwash up into those tributaries. Does that make sense?
So it's like swirling at the back there as it comes over?
What it is picture a trough, a river valley, with smaller troughs coming in on the side. Now, you turn on the water, and it's gushing down the main trough. But what happens is it comes into where the tributaries come in, that water backfloods up those tributaries while the main trough is filled, the main channel, the main river valley. Once the main river valley clears out and the water level drops, and you can see this during pretty much any flood, even on a small scale today, then those tributaries in turn will drain, right? And what you're seeing here is the backwash. If you look very carefully at the top, you'll notice that throughout the whole 40 layers, the orientation is more or less horizontal, isn't it? But when you get to the top, there's a 6-foot layer where it's more vertically oriented. And Camron will go to the next slide. There. Now what we're seeing here is you can see how this gully is part of the greater landscape. And basically what you're looking at here is you see the hills in the distance. We're looking at an entire basin that has been subject to these backwash floods that have come in, washing in and then flowing out and then washing back in. You could kind of almost think of this back and forth sloshing of these giant flood waves. Each time a flood wave comes in, it puts down a thick layer of mud, and each time it flows back out. See, it comes in, reverses direction, and flows out. When it flows out, it's left a layer of mud. And you can see that in this case, it did that about 40 times. Then when it was all done, the stuff that was in the atmosphere filtered down and came down and landed on top of the topmost layer of backwash flood sediments, which at the time would have been nothing but just a sea of barren mud. You see, it's almost as far as the eye can see. And you can see here all these rolling hills of this landscape are composed of these giant backwash floods. But let's see, Camron, go to okay, now, I was saying earlier that if you get down and you start examining some of these layers, what you'll find in there is volcanic ash. And that's what we're looking at right here in this image. You see the white streaks? That's volcanic ash, which interestingly, in this case, came from Mount St. Helens. And because of the distance to Mount St. Helens, the amount of ash that's preserved between these flood layer sediments, it tells us that there was a whole lot of volcanic ash in the atmosphere that was coming down and getting preserved, sandwiched in between these flood layers. Go to the, let's see. Go to the next one. Go one more. Okay, now if you look at this one, you can see very clearly. This is coming east about 500 miles to Ohio. This is a tributary of the Ohio River. And what you're going to see is these sweeping beds that were created. You have to picture large-scale, very sediment-laden water sloshing back and forth through these valleys. And when the water finally drains off, what it does is it leaves a sedimentary architecture like you're seeing right here. And you can see these, what's called festoon bedding, which is these sweeping beds. But then you get up right towards the top, and you see that vertically oriented stuff at the top with the vertical lines in it. That's the loess. And that's the stuff that was in the atmosphere that came out, that precipitated or filtered out of the atmosphere after the last flood layer was laid down. And you can see this stuff reaching all the way from Ohio to Washington State, which is where the other flood was, where the other slide was. And it's this stuff that is the very interesting, mysterious stuff that nobody has been. The argument has been, was it water laid or wind deposited? And the answer is it was both, because what you have to picture here is that the loess comes down, in effect, as a gigantic rain of mud. And that's what you're seeing here. And that rain of mud is loaded with the debris of exploding extraterrestrial objects. And that's how they've never quite put it all together to understand the origin of loess. But there it is, and you can see it. And this picture here is from taken, like I said, a tributary to the Ohio River in the state of Ohio.
Is that consistent in all loess from wherever it's sampled? That it's diffused
to the extent that, yeah.
Wow.
Yes.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is going to be part of, I'll be going into this in much greater detail in the book. But so these floods were basically sweeping over the entire North American continent. There was almost no place that was spared. If Camron backs up, let's see, to this map right here, take a good look at this map, because nothing drives home the scale of the phenomenon I'm talking about than this digital elevation model right here. You'll notice the lake over on the right. That's Lake Superior, the deepest lake in North America, the largest lake in North America. And if you look right down the middle of the image, you can see the gigantic flow paths. This was the meltdown of the Laurentide ice complex over Canada. And what you see there is it reaches up. You can go up there to Lake Winnebagosh, which is the lake in the upper middle. Actually, that's several lakes. But you can see that was the center of outflow right there. And then you can also see the islands, the streamlined islands that have been left in the middle of the flood flow, those prominent isolated hills. So what you had here was roughly a minimum of about 80,000 cubic kilometers of water that it would have taken to create this feature that you're looking at right here. And once you begin to understand the scale of these events that we're talking about here, you can begin to understand why, in the aftermath of this, there would be not much left of the previous world. So if you go back to the slides that we were just looking at with those layers, okay, you got a picture before the floods happened. If you burrow down through those 40 layers, there was another landscape under the bottom of that. And that other landscape was the pre-flood world, the antediluvian world, if you want to put it that way, that essentially got buried. And if it didn't get buried, it got washed away. And if Camron goes back to Dry Falls Cataract, now this is an example of an erosional feature. An erosional feature, we were just looking at a depositional feature, where material is deposited on top of the pre-existing land surface. Here we're seeing where the pre-existing land surface was literally stripped away, literally hundreds of feet of bedrock stripped away by the force of the water sweeping over the state of Washington. And this is Dry Falls Cataract. Doesn't the image with Niagara superimposed?
It may not have.
Oh, I guess that didn't come through.
Yeah,
oh, darn. Okay.
I
may have.
Yeah. I think a lot of people have seen it before on the Joe Rogan podcast. But yeah, pretty much the equivalent to this size is if you superimpose
Niagara Falls is about a third the height. Niagara Falls would fit right into that little alcove there that Camron is outlining, and it would have been about a third the height because these cliffs are 400 feet high. The water that swept over here was about 400 feet deep, so at the peak of the flood, you wouldn't have even seen a waterfall. It would have just been a bump in a torrid sea that would have been choked with thousands of icebergs, loaded with millions and countless millions of gigantic basalt boulders that are being ground into bits, swept along at 50 to 60 miles an hour. And so this was like a typical flow during this meltdown event. And this meltdown event happened. And it happened so inexplicably fast that I have argued for decades now, there's no known terrestrial source of energy that could do it. There's no source of energy just from the Milankovitch, the changing Earth-Sun geometry that could do it that fast. It has to be something else that we haven't considered. What else we got there to look at, Cameron?
Let's see.
I've been in that motherfucker, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, you've been there, haven't you?
Yeah, that was under 400 feet of water too, right? So you wouldn't even see it if you were on top of the water.
No. In fact, that image that we were just looking at, that was very close to where Graham and I, there's a picture of myself and Graham Hancock's overlooking the cataract feature in his book, Magicians of the Gods.
Yeah, that's intense. So you said 40 times this entire basin was filled up and flowed back out.
Yes.
And it's when you've shown me, we'll have to in the future be a little more prepared because it is a lot to take in. But Randall can basically bring up Google Earth and zoom in and zoom out, and just you're going to have a Gnostic experience with every level of information he discloses. So yeah, let's spread that around. And,
well, next time we do Grimerica, we'll do full video.
Sounds good.
Well, that'd be awesome.
Very good. That's the next. Everybody's leveling up.
But you know what, guys? I am now going to have to cut out. I got a Friday tomorrow. We just signed a contract on a new project today.
Awesome.
So, yeah, small project, but hey, it's the small ones are but the upside of the small ones is it's my obligation is not so great that it gives me more free time, because if I get involved in a really big, complicated project, then suddenly all my time gets sucked into that and I don't have time to write anymore. So that's kind of what's distracted me over the last 3 or 4 or 5 years. So the smaller projects are fine. They're just fine. We're going to build a studio. It's going to be a nice little project, about 60, 70,000 is all. But then we got more lined up after that. But at some point, in the near future, I'd like to get back into doing some grander scale things.
It's a good idea. Yeah, I think if anybody out there is into this type of material and also happens to have the income that could hire someone like Randall's services, it would not only go far to help him, but it would help everyone else who's gaining so much from him sharing this information that he's spent his whole life cultivating. So,
well, important part of the process historically has always been the establishment of a center, a location where the mysteries could be propagated, where the knowledge could be brought together, where it could be synthesized, and then where it could be redistributed back out. And that was kind of how the original universities functioned. Was they were clearinghouses for the archaic knowledge and the wisdom that had been accumulated through the ages. And the interesting part was originally the idea of the temple itself was the textbook. The textbook was the architecture. And so that by going in and understanding the geometry and the astronomy, the symbolism, the teachings could be conveyed through those mediums, through the ritual. And then, of course, the texts themselves, the sacred text, which could be, hieroglyphics on walls of the temples, or it could be petroglyphs. But the idea was that somebody who had the key to decipher them could then bring in students, and that way the knowledge could be preserved. And having a place, a physical place, I still think is an important part of the whole process. Particularly having a specific place within a landscape where the landscape itself is part of the teaching. So that's what I'll be doing this spring, is going out and doing more research, trying to connect the dots on this lost Chacoan culture of the southwest of U.S. and Mexico, Utah, Arizona, because like I said earlier, I think we've just barely begun to understand what was going on there and how that was almost certainly linked to the Hopewellian culture in Ohio, the Mississippian culture, and in turn to the Mayans. And I think we're going to have to sooner or later admit that, yes, these weren't isolated cultural events, that there was a high degree of cross-pollination going on prior, in pre-Columbian times in North and Central America. And whoever these people were, they had access to one of the ancient streams of knowledge and were employing that in the creation of the great monumental earthwork structures that we find up and down the Mississippi and Ohio river valleys, and the great temple complexes that we see strewn over 10,000 or more square miles of the Sonoran Desert, and what the Mayans were doing in Central America. So that would be another interesting subject for a conversation, because I have several thousand slides that I've accumulated, doing field work and comparing that with other things, Egyptian things, and showing the parallels and correlations between what was going on in the New World and traditions that we would normally associate with the Old World, far beyond what we could attribute to independent evolution, and almost certainly showing some level of diffusionism and cross-cultural connections between not only geographic across space, but through time as well. And on that note, wow, I'm going to have to sign off.
Nice knowledge bomb.
Well, say hello to Brad for me if you see him. I'm sure you'll see him before I do.
Yeah, I'll probably see him tomorrow.
I'll give him a little smack for me.
I will.
My mind, oh Jesus.
So
my mind blown out the back of my head. I swear. That's amazing. Holy shit.
Good. This is a good thing.
Oh, brother, I have to come down and visit you. Holy shit. Oh,
we'll do
God.
it. Oh, do it, man, and we'll get out and we'll do a little exploring too.
Oh hell, March, May, you name it. We'll do it.
Listen, I'm wide open. Whatever. Where are you coming from?
Ottawa.
Okay. Well, in turn, I need to get up there near Ottawa, probably next summer.
Okay. Charles P. O'Dale. This is one man I've got to get you in contact with. He is like the Canadian version of you. We had him on like out in the beginning of our show. Completely blew my mind open with regards to being able to signify and be able to identify meteor impacts. Like, we spent 4 hours just identifying meteor impact sites. I think it's like episode 9 for anybody who's listening. And like, he got me really, really into this. So, gotta be there.
So the pump has been primed.
Oh, 100%. Well, the pump was primed back in Grimerica. I forget which episode. Darren?
I don't know. The first two were both before we started numbering them.
Yeah, like that's what got me.
And then it's 129 and 100. So it's grimerica.ca/EP129, grimerica.ca/EP131. I think grimerica.ca/Carlson and grimerica.ca/Carlson2 will bring you like 10 or 11 hours. Or just go to Grimerica and search, and you'll find it. The first one's probably the best one, though.
So, yeah, I'll be down soon. Trust me.
All right. Well, do you have my email?
No, I do. I've got you on Facebook as well, so I'll be in contact.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Okay. Sounds good.
Oh, 100%. So, Cameron, if you're still there, we've been going on for in total about 5 hours tonight.
Yeah, I gave up on time. I popped an edible right beforehand, and I was like, let's just ride this out. And it's been interesting, huh? Holy shit.
Well, the Wim Hof has been hitting me since day one.
Well, we should. I wish Clay had spoken up, because I know he was supposed to be part of the podcast. But Clay's been every morning getting out there and jumping in the cold water, and so he had a great idea about issuing a challenge. Like, everybody, let's let's do this in support of John and in support of our longevity. Because what are we waiting for? Like, all this material is just pouring forth, and we need people to contextualize it. And it's no easy feat. So part of bearing that burden is probably going to be strengthening our mind, body, and spirit. And it's already organically happening. You see it with jiu-jitsu and float labs and all the types of healing modalities that are really part of the Joe Rogan experience, so to speak. And I think that's beautiful. And yeah, man, let's work together to kind of mix media and see how people respond. Because I think, we're all here on this planet. We're trying to get by, and we need positive examples of camaraderie and collaboration. So I'm open to different ways of organizing all of this. So just let me know what you think.